The Epic Fundraiser, Myth, Psychology, and the Universal Hero Story in Fundraising. The Fundraising Myth and Science Series, Book 2, by Russell James III, J.D., Ph.D., Professor and Director of Graduate Studies in Charitable Financial Planning and C.H. Foundation Chair in Personal Financial Planning at Texas Tech University. This is the author, Russell James. Copyright 2021, Russell and James III, all rights reserved. The Fundraising Myth and Science Series, Book 1, The Storytelling Fundraiser, The Brain, Behavioral Economics, and Fundraising Story. Book 2, The Epic Fundraiser, Myth, Psychology, and the Universal Hero Story in Fundraising. Book 3, The Primal Fundraiser, Game Theory and the Natural Origins of Effective Fundraising. Book 4, The Socratic Fundraiser, Using Questions to Advance the Donor's Story. Note: the text version of this book includes extensive footnotes. However, these have been omitted from the audio version in order to improve the listening experience. Please refer to the text version for detailed citations and explanations. Introduction. What is fundraising selling? The story that enhances identity. Selling nothing? Fundraisers work in sales. Okay, but then what exactly do fundraisers sell? One shared this. My then boyfriend, who worked in sales, told his colleagues, admiringly I think, that Beth makes a living out of selling nothing. Although misguided, this comment points to an important question. What exactly do fundraisers sell? This can be a tricky question even in simple product sales. Suppose we sell drills. People buy a drill because they want to drill, right? Not really. The saying goes, no one wants a drill, what they want is the hole. The question goes further. People don't actually want holes. Holes aren't the benefit. They want shelves hung in the garage. They want a deck on their house. Shelves and decks require holes. Making holes requires a drill. What drives a sale is the benefit, not the product. Understanding what we're selling means understanding the benefit. What about fundraising? What benefit do donors get? What do fundraisers sell? If fundraisers are selling something, what is it? There are many popular answers. We sell the mission. We sell the organization. We sell the cause. We sell sponsorships. We sell impact. Each of these can be important. Each can be part of the story. But unless they benefit the donor, they aren't what the fundraiser is selling. What does the donor walk away with in the end? What is the ultimate benefit to the donor from the gift? What benefit is the fundraiser selling? It is one thing. It is an enhanced identity. It can be private. This delivers internal meaning. It can be public. This delivers external reputation. Identity enhancement in the Monomyth. One sentence sums up the fundraising advice in this book. Advance the donor's hero story. Doing this delivers an enhanced identity. This works because the hero's journey is an identity enhancement process. The universal hero story is called the Monomyth. It includes specific steps. The hero, 1, begins in the ordinary world. 2, is faced with a challenge, the call to adventure. 3, rejects, then accepts the call and enters the new world. 4, undergoes ordeals and overcomes an enemy. 5, gains a reward or transformation. And 6, returns to the place of beginning with a gift to improve that world. Through these steps, the hero's story progresses through original identity, step 1, links to challenge, steps 2, 3, and 4, links to victory, steps 4 and 5, links to enhanced identity, steps 5 and 6. Original identity. The journey starts at the source of original identity. This is the hero's home, people, and values. In the narrative arc, this is backstory and setting. Challenge. A challenge forces a decision in response to a threat or an opportunity. The threat or opportunity affects the hero's home, people, or values. The challenge motivates action with the hope of victory. It launches the hero's journey. In the narrative arc, this is the inciting incident. Victory. After facing ordeals, the hero is victorious. The hero gains a reward or transformation. In the narrative arc, this is the climax. Enhanced identity. The journey results in a new identity. The main character becomes a victorious hero. This identity can be internal, private, and or external, public. The hero returns with a gift to benefit the original world. The journey ends where it started. But now the original world and the original identity have been improved. In the narrative arc, this is the resolution. In 3 words, the Monomyth cycle is identity, links to challenge, links to victory, links to identity. Identity enhancement in fundraising. These are not just steps in the hero's journey. These are elements for the ideal donor experience. A heroic donation matches the Monomyth cycle. It is a sacrificial gift that protects the donor's people and values in a crisis. This links challenge, identity, and victory. Challenge, a sacrificial gift in a crisis. Victory, that protects identity, the donor's people and values. Each step comes from the previous one. Each results in the next. A challenge forces a decision in response to a crisis, a threat, or opportunity. In fundraising, the challenge is to make a sacrificial gift. This challenge must link back to the donor's identity. Identity comes from one's people, values, and life story. The challenge responds to a threat or opportunity, but it should be a threat or opportunity for the donor's people or values. The challenge should originate in the donor's identity. The challenge must also promise the hope of a victory. The promised victory results in protecting the donor's people or values. It enhances the donor's identity. The donor becomes a hero. The donor becomes a sacrificial protector of his people and values. This new status might be private, delivering personal meaning. It might be public, enhancing reputation. It might be both. The effective challenge promises this full story cycle. It links to the donor's original identity, victory, and enhanced identity. The ideal donor experience completes this story cycle. It results in an enhanced identity for the donor. This story requires connecting with the donor's identity. Does this mean the story's main character must be the donor? No, although that strategy works. It means the donor must identify with the story's characters or values. The story's characters must be, in some important way, like the donor. The story's values must be like the donor's values. This turns a story into the donor's story. The value of a pole star. Isn't calling a donation heroic a bit much? Does writing a $20 check have to be an epic event? Of course not. So why focus on the heroic donation? Because it is the ideal. Understanding the ideal is important. It's like having a compass. A compass is useful even if we aren't going all the way to the North Pole. Understanding the heroic donation is like knowing which way is north. As a giving opportunity moves closer to this heroic ideal, it becomes more compelling. No, the $20 donation request doesn't have to be epic. But the closer it moves to being heroic, the more compelling it is. The heroic donation gives true north for fundraising. Heroism as a journey, not a jump. Not all heroism occurs in a single instant. Heroism can include years of steady, quiet effort. The accumulation of small acts can build a compelling hero story. Thus, neither heroism nor the donor's hero story is limited to the elite few. The goal is to advance the donor's hero story. A gift may be just one small step in that journey. But if we know the destination, each step will lead in the right direction. Experimental research in fundraising. Not every donation must rise to the heroic level, but the pattern still fits. A compelling ask may not be heroic, but it will be a step in that direction. It will fit the pattern. It will have the elements of identity, links to challenge, links to victory, links back to identity. Original identity. This step connects the gift with the donor's people, values, and life story. These form the donor's original world. They are the donor's sources of identity. This isn't just a matter of literary speculation. It's what happens in experimental research. Giving increases when reminders highlight connections between the donor's life story and the gift, the donor and the values supported by the gift, or the donor and the people supported by the gift, including the beneficiaries, those the charity helps, the intermediaries, the charity, its fundraisers or administrators, or other supporters, other donors or advocates. Challenge. A compelling challenge forces a decision in response to a threat or opportunity. The threat or opportunity affects the donor's people or values. In other words, the challenge links back to identity. The challenge promises protection for those people or values. In other words, the challenge links forward to a victory that links to identity. These links appear in experimental results. A challenge forces a decision. In fundraising, the ask is the challenge. The ask forces a decision. In experiments, asking increases donations. Asking works. In other words, giving increases when there is a challenge. Giving also increases when the challenge addresses a threat or opportunity for the donor's people or values. This happens with an external threat attacking the donor's people or values, or an internal threat of personally violating norms of the donor's people or values. Victory. Giving increases when the challenge promises a victory. This works when the gift promises a specific, visualizable result. This fails when the impact is vague or the problem is overwhelming. Enhanced identity. Identity enhancement is the ultimate goal. It's the fundamental value provided to donors. It's the warm glow from a gift. It's the source of donor happiness. In experiments, it increases donations. This works with external identity, delivering public reputation. It also works with internal identity, delivering personal meaning. Conclusion. Clever fundraising tricks can work, but mostly they work once. After all the tricks and traps, either the donor experience was worth the gift or it wasn't. Sustained success requires delivering real value. Fundraisers can do this. They can deliver real value to the donor. The ultimate value to the donor from fundraising is enhanced identity. But this benefit comes at the end of the journey. It requires each step to make it work. If any step is weak or missing, the outcome will also be weak or missing. Understanding this explains much of what works and what doesn't in fundraising. Chapter 1. The Donor and the Universal Hero Story. As fundraisers, what exactly do we have to offer donors? Their gift goes away. Even if we call it an investment, it doesn't give them any financial benefits, or at least none worth the cost of the gift. What do we offer that can compete with a cruise, a luxury car, or a bigger house? We actually do have something important. The heroic donor. Consuming more stuff is fine, but it doesn't make an inspirational story. Piling up more things is nice, but it doesn't make a meaningful journey. Spending money only on yourself is not noble. Its impact is temporary. It ends when you end. No matter what you eat, wear, drive, or own, if your life is only about your own consumption, it's ultimately pretty meaningless. No one wants an obituary that reads simply, "He made a lot of money, the end." That's where philanthropy comes in. Through philanthropy, donors can support meaningful values that transcend their own lives. They can impact others beyond themselves. They can leave a legacy that will last beyond their own lives. In short, philanthropy allows donors to be heroic. The Universal Hero Story. The desire for heroism is universal. It expresses what psychologist Carl Jung called an archetype. This is, quote, "a spiritual goal toward which the whole nature of man strives," close quote. These universal ancient patterns are, he explained, quote, "inherited with the brain structure. Indeed, they are its psychic aspect," close quote. But it's not just the desire for heroism that is universal. The hero story itself is universal. In 1949, Professor Joseph Campbell published his famous book, The Hero with a Thousand Faces. In it, he examined hero stories from across the globe. He looked at hero stories in Western cultures, Eastern cultures, and island cultures. He looked at hero stories from indigenous tribes and industrialized societies. He looked at hero stories from history and modern day. What he concluded was this: there may be 1,000 different hero stories in 1,000 different cultures, but each is just a variation of a single, underlying, primal hero story. He called this core human hero story the monomyth. This universal monomyth contains specific story elements. The hero, 1, begins in the ordinary world. 2, is faced with a challenge, the call to adventure. 3, rejects, then accepts the call and enters the new world. 4, undergoes ordeals and overcomes an enemy. 5, gains a reward or transformation. And 6, returns to the place of beginning with a gift to improve that world. How important is this hero's journey? Best-selling author and screenwriter Stephen Pressfield explains, quote, "The hero's journey arose," both Jung and Campbell speculated, "from the accumulated experience of the human race over millions of years. The hero's journey is like an operating system, or software in an operating system, that each of us receives at birth, hardwired into our psyches to help us navigate our passage through life," close quote. Humans are hardwired to communicate by story. So too, we are hardwired to think in terms of the hero story. Pressfield explains, quote, "The hero's journey is the primal myth of the human race, the cosmic pattern that each of our lives follows, and 1,000 increments thereof, whether we know it or not, whether we like it or not." Close quote. The donor's hero story. How does this connect to fundraising? Philanthropy can address the core human need for heroism. By doing so, it becomes profoundly compelling. It becomes personally transformational. This need for heroism is exactly fulfilled through the classic elements of the universal hero story. These story elements function as primal flags. They trigger a deep resonance in humans. But let's get practical. How do these elements relate to the stories behind major donations? Consider the successful entrepreneur making a major gift to her alma mater. Does she go forth from the university, graduate, to enter a new world, the business world? Yes. Does she undergo an ordeal and overcome enemies in that new world, building the business? Yes. Does she gain a reward, wealth, and personal transformation? Yes. Does she return to her place of beginning, university, with a gift to improve that original world? Yes. For example, establishing a scholarship for other women like her. Consider the cancer survivor giving back to support research and treatment. Does he face a challenge that interrupts his ordinary world, diagnosis? Yes. Does he accept it and go forth undergoing an ordeal, treatment? Yes. Does he gain a reward, remission, and personal transformation? Yes. Does he then return to his place of beginning, diagnosis, with a gift to improve that original world? Yes. For example, funding new research or treatment for others like him. The universal hero story can fit any charitable cause. The place of beginning might be growing up in a church, economic hardship, the love for a pet, or experiences in nature. The gift might improve the world for other believers, others in need, animals, or the environment. Our causes may differ, but the core elements still apply. And they don't apply just once. The hero's journey is not just a one-shot story. It's a continuing circular narrative in our lives. It's repeated, ongoing, and overlapping, but always relevant and always compelling. This universal journey is common to all forms of storytelling. Professor Philip Zimbardo explains, quote, "Joseph Campbell's highlighting of the special journey any person takes on the path to becoming a true hero has been the heart and soul of storytelling in movies, classic drama, and literature." Spoiler alert, epic Hollywood movies. The universal hero story deserves the ultimate spoiler alert. Now that you know the elements, you also know the plot for most epic Hollywood movies. The hero might be Luke Skywalker in Star Wars, Neo in The Matrix, or Bilbo Baggins in The Hobbit. But the universal hero story is the same. The hero begins in his ordinary, small, self-focused world. For example, Luke is a tattooing farm boy. Neo is a dissatisfied corporate drone. Or Bilbo is a hobbit in the Shire. The hero faces the call to adventure. For example, save Princess Leia, take the red pill, or join the expedition. The hero accepts, goes forth, and enters a new world. He undergoes an ordeal. He gains a reward or transformation. He returns with a gift to improve the world. For example, Luke destroys the Death Star. He becomes a Jedi warrior who defends against the Empire. Neo defeats Agent Smith. He becomes the one with the power to set the prisoners free. Bilbo helps defeat the goblins. He becomes the keeper of the ring with peace restored. The same story elements appear in all types of movies. The heroes can be historical women, Mulan; modern women, The Devil Wears Prada; cartoon women, Moana; lions, The Lion King; ogres, Shrek; wizards, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone; or superheroes, Avengers Endgame. Why does Hollywood keep reusing this same universal hero story? Because it works. The highest-grossing film franchises are all hero stories. It works because it's, quote, hardwired into our psyches. As fundraisers, it's not enough just to use a story. We need to use the right story. And the right story, although it may have 1,000 different faces, is actually the same story. It's the donor's story. It's the donor's hero story. Chapter 2. The Fundraiser in the Universal Hero Story. The Monomyth. The hero is a fundamental human archetype. Jung describes this as, quote, a spiritual goal towards which the whole nature of man strives, close quote. The monomyth is the hero's journey. It's the universal story of fulfilling the hero archetype. Joseph Campbell describes the journey this way, quote, a hero ventures forth from the world of common day into a region of supernatural wonder. Fabulous forces are there encountered and a decisive victory is won. The hero comes back from this mysterious adventure with the power to bestow boons on his fellow man, close quote. These same elements appear in the personal narratives behind major donations. The donor is the hero. The donor's life journey connects to the gift. The gift bestows boons on those from a donor's place of beginning. These story elements are powerful and attractive. As a testament to this, they appear repeatedly in some of Hollywood's most successful movies. Whether the movie is Star Wars, The Matrix, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, The Hobbit, or many others, the elements are the same. The fundraiser in the monomyth. Now, I know what you might be thinking. You've seen all those movies. You don't remember there being a fundraiser in any of them. Take a second look. In fact, there is a fundraiser character in every one. This fundraiser actually plays a key role in the monomyth. This monomyth character is the guiding sage who challenges with a choice. Hannah Askow describes the start of the monomyth this way, quote, the story starts with a hero living in an ordinary world. This world is suddenly unbalanced by a disruption or threat, and so a mentor approaches the hero and calls her to adventure, providing her with the wisdom and gifts necessary to seek a solution, close quote. Who is this character in the movies? In the original Star Wars, this is Obi-Wan Kenobi. Consider this conversation from Star Wars. Obi-Wan, you must learn the ways of the Force if you're to come with me to Alderaan. Luke, Alderaan? I'm not going to Alderaan. I've got to get home. It's late. I'm in for it as it is. Obi-Wan, I need your help, Luke. She needs your help. Obi-Wan is delivering the classic fundraiser appeal. I need your help. She needs your help. This is an appeal to make an impact on the larger world. It's an appeal to go beyond normal, self-focused everyday life. It's an appeal to begin a heroic journey. It's the call to adventure. Consider the effective major gift request. Is it a call to go forth from the ordinary, small, self-focused world of personal consumption? Yes. Is it a challenge to instead make an impact on the larger outside world? Yes. Can the gift overcome an enemy or obstacle? Yes. Can the donor's journey create personal reward or transformation for the donor? Yes. Can it result in an improvement for the donor's original world? Yes. The movie comparisons can be fun, but this isn't just movie trivia. The Star Wars script was intentionally constructed as an expression of the monomyth. Joseph Campbell helped write it. In an interview, Bill Moyers relates, quote, George Lucas brought Campbell into the process of looking at his work on Star Wars and saying, is this right? Am I getting it down? Is this the right emphasis? Is this the right character? Joseph Campbell said to me, the best student he ever had was George Lucas, close quote. The monomyth is a worldwide narrative structure. It fulfills the primal human need for heroism. Within this universal human story, satisfying this basic human psychic need, there is a critical role. That critical role is the sage who challenges with a choice. That critical role is the fundraiser. Understanding your role as a fundraiser within this primal narrative context can be helpful. In fact, it can be transformational. The sage forces a choice. The effective fundraiser must ask. It's not enough to be friendly and tell good stories. The effective fundraiser must force a choice. The sage plays this same role. In The Matrix, the sage Morpheus forces a stark choice. He confronts the prospective hero. Quote, this is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland. As with young Luke Skywalker, the elements of the choice are the same. Stay in your ordinary, self-focused, small world, or go on a journey to impact the larger world. In The Hobbit, Gandalf challenges Bilbo by saying, I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure. The choice is the same. Stay in your ordinary, self-focused, small world, or go on a journey to impact the larger world. Although the traditional guiding sage may be an older man, there are many variations. Researchers explain, quote, heroes cannot triumph over these obstacles without help from others. Joseph Campbell calls these helpers mentors, who bear a resemblance to the Jungian archetype of the wise old man. These monomyth mentors can be friends, teachers, love interests, sidekicks, or father figures. Close quote. They can even be female lions. In The Lion King, Simba is living in his small, self-focused world. This is the Hakuna Matata realm of Timon and Pumbaa. Then the lioness, Nala, challenges him to leave behind that world. Nala, we really needed you at home. Simba, no one needs me. Nala, yes, we do. You're the king. The core elements are always present, but they can be shifted around. The original Harry Potter movie provides a twist. The challenge comes by direct mail. The acceptance letter to attend Hogwarts forces Harry to choose, stay in your ordinary, self-focused small world, or go on a journey to impact the larger world. In another twist, the challenge comes from two sages. The names of both Professor Minerva McGonagall and Headmaster Albus Dumbledore appear on the letter. Both later serve as guides along the hero's journey. The sage gets turned down. So, if you become an epic, Jedi warrior level fundraiser, you'll never have to hear no again, right? Wrong. The hero refusing the call to adventure is not a violation of the story sequence. Quite the opposite. Refusing the call is part of the ancient narrative structure. What happens when the actual Jedi warrior, Obi-Wan Kenobi, makes his appeal to Luke? Luke turns him down. Only later does he accept the call. How does Neo respond to Morpheus's first call to escape the ordinary world? Neo turns him down. Only later does he take the red pill. When Nala appeals to Simba to leave behind his self-focused world, what happens? Simba turns her down. Only later does he accept the challenge. How does Bilbo react to Gandalf's initial challenge? Bilbo turns him down. The point here is to understand that the refusal is not the end of the story. The refusal is a natural part of the story. The hero refuses, but later the hero accepts. When the refusal happens, the guiding sage does not disappear. The guiding sage persists. Any number of factors can change the hero's mind. Maybe the sage just won't take no for an answer. This is Gandalf. Maybe the hero's ordinary world circumstances change. This is Luke. Maybe the sage returns with a final, last chance request. This is Morpheus. This standard sequence of refusing, then accepting the call shows the lasting effects of the call to heroism. Even when it is refused, an epic challenge is powerful. It continues to work on the mind of the potential hero. The call to heroism taps into a deep-seated, universal, spiritual goal. But there's a catch. To have this effect, the challenge must be heroic. The sage calls to heroism. The call to adventure must provide a challenge to be heroic. There can be no hero story without an epic challenge. When a fundraiser understands her role in this primal story, it should change how she thinks about asking. Does the sage challenge by apologetically asking small? Of course not. That's not the role. Failing to understand this ancient role leads to wrong actions. It leads to weak results. If some fundraisers were playing the role of Gandalf the Grey, the story would be quite different. Why? Because they would shrink from challenging with an epic choice. Instead, they might meekly suggest to Bilbo, "I'm so sorry to inconvenience you, but might you consider a short walk outside the Shire? I would really appreciate it. Any time you could spare would help." No, that isn't the role. That won't accomplish anything in anyone's life. The role is to deliver the call to a heroic adventure. The donor hero can make a life-defining impact in the larger world. The donor hero can transform themselves and their world. But the hero needs a guiding sage who makes an epic call to adventure. The hero needs an epic fundraiser. We can have fun with movie comparisons, but the underlying concept is serious. There is primal, hardwired, operating software in humans that hungers for the hero's journey. That journey needs a guiding sage who challenges with a heroic choice. Heroism researchers explain, quote, "Transforming mentorship is a pivotal component of the hero's journey," close quote. This is the role that the fundraiser can fill in the life story of the donor. This role is to challenge the potential hero to step outside of their ordinary, self-focused, small world of earning and consuming, and go on a journey to impact the larger world. As a fundraiser, you're giving people the opportunity to be part of something bigger than themselves. Understanding your role in this primal narrative is key. It should change how you feel. It should change how you feel about apologetically asking small. It should change how you feel about confidently asking big. Dollars in the door. Fantasy hero stories are fun. Myth and psychology may be fascinating. But let's get real. How does this connect with actual dollars in the door? Consider this. Joshua Burkholz's team analyzed nearly 1,000 gift officers to learn what worked and what didn't. The familiar 80-20 rule appeared. The highest producing 20% of fundraisers brought in nearly 75% of the total dollars. What was special about these high performers? One difference was stark. They almost always asked for 100% of the donor's capacity rating. In comparison, quote, the bottom 80% tended to ask for about 40% of the capacity ratings, close quote. The high-performing fundraisers tended to talk in terms of, how can we get the donor to give at their capacity? The lower-performing fundraisers tended to talk in terms of, how much can we get away with asking them for? What's the safe request? What is a good number the donor would be comfortable with? Mindset matters. One group of fundraisers fulfilled the primal monomyth role. They acted as the sage who challenges with an epic choice. The other group did not. In a hero story, the sage who challenges with a choice always asks to capacity. No epic story ever began by making a comfortable choice. Heroism isn't easy. If it were easy, it wouldn't be heroic. But the fundraiser who challenges with an epic choice is different. She can transform both the donor and the organization. It's not just about the ask. Fulfilling this primal role in the donor-hero story isn't simply a matter of adding zeros to an ask. The ask is only a single point in the journey. The relationship with the guiding sage is ongoing. It neither starts nor ends with the challenge. The guiding sage understands the hero's origin story. The sage understands the hero's motivations. The sage introduces the hero to friends and allies who will support the hero in the journey. The sage provides the hero with magical tools to help accomplish the quest. The sage is there before and after the hero accepts the challenge. The guiding sage helps the hero start and finish the hero's journey. The guiding sage fundraiser doesn't just make a better ask. She makes a better donor experience. She delivers real value. She finishes the story. Chapter 3. Beyond the Donor Hero, Fundraising and Other Archetypal Characters. This series focuses on the one big thing in fundraising: advance the donor's hero story. The hero is a compelling and important character. It is a universal, ancient pattern imprinted in humans. It is an archetype. But the hero is not the only archetype. It's not the only character. Other archetypal characters can also be helpful in fundraising. They can provide alternative donor stories. They can even strengthen the donor-hero story. The 12 archetypes. The 12 archetypes are 1. Jester, 2. Lover, 3. Caregiver, 4. Everyman, 5. Innocent, 6. Ruler, 7. Sage, 8. Magician, 9. Hero, 10. Creator, 11. Explorer, and 12. Outlaw. Each character is common in storytelling. People can usually identify with one or more of these characters. This is important. A compelling story requires identifying with a character. In fundraising, this turns a story into the donor's story. However, this goes beyond just storytelling. These archetypal characters form narrative structures for personal identity. Different people identify with different characters. Often, they prefer characters whose orientation matches their own along two different axes: the freedom-order axis and the ego-social axis. Each character has a location on these axes. Their numbers, 1 to 12, reflect this as hours on a clock. On a clock face, the vertical axis is the freedom order axis. Up is towards freedom. Down is towards order. The horizontal axis is the ego-social axis. Left is towards ego. Right is towards social. The philanthropic archetypes. How do these characters fit into a donation story? Any of these characters could help someone. Any could be at least a little charitable. But only two characters are, by definition, philanthropic. Only the hero and the caregiver are defined by good works. The innocent is good, but the goodness is based upon what is not done rather than what is done. The sage is good, but the goodness is based upon advising to act. It's not based on actually performing the act. All others can perform bad acts without breaking character at all. Border archetypes. The location on the two axes create border archetypes. These complement each other. They fit together because they share similar orientations. Adding bordering character elements strengthens the story. This can enhance the central archetypal character. Consider the donor's hero story. The hero borders the creator and the magician. Adding these bordering character elements can enhance the donor's hero story. A donor hero character can also be a creator hero. The donor creates a distinctive good work. It would not have existed without him. He brings it into being. The donor may also be a magician hero. A gift can serve as, quote, a kind of magic potion or magic wand that helps bring about the desired situation, close quote. A gift that transforms a situation or organization is magical. It matches this character. Michael Jansen explains, quote, transformation is the key word for the magician archetype. Leland Kaiser also touches on this magical element. He says, quote, I love philanthropy because it allows me to substitute realities. Adding border elements also strengthens the other philanthropic archetype. The caregiver borders the lover and the everyman. The most inspirational caregiver is the loving caregiver. Adding everyman elements also enhances the caregiver story. The caregiver helps because that's what people like us do. The caregiving supports the community and its values. Shadow archetypes. The archetypal circle also reveals the shadow archetypes. These appear opposite each other on the circle. They're focused on the same issue, but they have an opposite orientation. Opposite the ruler is the outlaw. Both are focused on law, but they differ along the freedom-order axis. The outlaw represents more freedom. The ruler represents more order. Focus on personal experiences, shadows in the explorer, more freedom and ego, and the innocent, more order and social. Enchantment can come from a lover, more freedom and social, or a magician, more ego and order. Focus on commentary, shadows in the sage, more order and ego, and the jester, more freedom and social. Focus on work can build something new, individual, and unique, the creator artist, or it can solidify something established, shared, and common, the everyman worker. The final shadow pair are the two philanthropic archetypes. Both the hero and the caregiver focus on helping others. The hero is a sacrificial protector of group members or values. So is the caregiver. But these characters differ sharply. They are opposites on the ego-social axis. The conflict of philanthropic archetypes. Does a donor strongly resist the hero story? This might reflect attraction to the shadow archetype. Resistance to the donor hero matches attraction to the donor caregiver. If the caregiver archetype feels natural, the hero will feel too egocentric. The hero is at the wrong location on the ego-social axis. This ego orientation conflicts with the caregiver archetype. It also conflicts with the lover caregiver and the everyman caregiver. This creates emotional resistance. For example, heroism can feel too focused on the self. It's not mainly about expressing emotional concern for others. This violates the caregiver character. Heroism can make the donor stand out. It's not what typical people do. This violates the everyman caregiver character. Heroism can be too focused on projects and creations. It's not just about love and relationships. This violates the lover caregiver character. Dropping the hero story. One approach to this conflict is easy. Just use the donor's preferred character. If the donor is naturally drawn to the caregiver story, use it. For example, the gift provides a small help to those in need. This matches the caregiver. The gift is the kind of thing that people like us do. It supports our shared community. This matches the everyman caregiver. The gift shows love to the recipients. This matches the lover caregiver. This works, but there is a problem. The caregiver story does encourage giving, but it encourages small, widely dispersed gifts. The caregiver ideal is doing a little bit of good in a lot of different places. It inspires the scattered light of a lamp that brightens a room, but it does not inspire the focused light of a laser that cuts through steel. If we want donors to make regular, small, scattered gifts in response to regular, small, scattered appeals, then the caregiver story works. But if we want to move the donor to make a major, focused, transformational gift, the story doesn't match. For those gifts, we must look to the hero. We must advance the donor's hero story. But the story must match the donor. By itself, a hero story may not fit. It may conflict with the donor's ego-social orientation. But there is a solution. A hero story can be reframed. It can be reshaped to match the donor's orientation. It can be custom-made to fit the donor. The next chapter looks at this. Chapter 4, Women, Wealth, and Reframing the Donor Hero Story. Reframing the hero story. The hero is a high ego character. It is at one extreme of the ego-social axis. For those at the opposite end, the character may not fit. It may not feel comfortable. For them, advancing the donor hero story requires first reframing it. This is achievable. The hero story can be made acceptable for a low ego, high social orientation. The hero is in the spotlight. He is often a public figure. He is observed and praised by others. For those on the ego side of the ego-social axis, this is great. Such public recognition is welcome. What about those at the extreme pole away from ego? They may resist individual notoriety. For them, the other philanthropic archetype is easier. The quiet, hidden caregiver is safer. But this story encourages small, dispersed giving. Only the hero archetype matches large, focused, transformational gifts. But how can the hero's public recognition be made acceptable? Let's look at 3 strategies. Reframing the heroic community. The everyman caregiver resists personal fame. The everyman fears standing out or seeming to put on airs, but he embraces the virtues of the community. Thus, the community of donors can be heroic. The donor community may be praised, recognized, and honored. This community is part of the donor's identity. It's part of the donor's self, and it's heroic. So this is still the donor's hero story. But the heroism is reframed. It feels less egoistic. It feels more social. It matches the donor's orientation. This is still a hero story. It's still a hero story about the donor. But the donor is not portrayed as separately heroic. The donor is part of a community of heroic supporters. Reframing the heroic loved one. The lover caregiver resists personal fame, but he can embrace honor for a loved one. The donor may not want a building or scholarship fund named for him. That's egotistical. But naming it after a family member is different. This gives honor to another person. That's less egotistical. Nevertheless, the person being honored is part of the donor's identity. The loved one is part of the donor's story. They may even share a family name. So this is the donor's hero story. This part of the donor's identity or self is being honored. But because the heroism is first reframed, it fits. It feels less egoistic. It feels more social. It matches the donor's orientation. This fits a memorial or tribute gift. This can also work when naming for the blank family. The donor is honored, but only as part of a group of loved ones. Group recognition fits the everyman caregiver. Family or loved one recognition fits the lover caregiver. Reframing the heroic sacrifice. But what if we want to personally recognize just the donor? Caregiver donors will naturally resist, but even this can be reframed. For example, I know you aren't wanting recognition, but if we could share your story in this way, it would set a powerful example. I know it makes you uncomfortable, but allowing us to do this would be like a second gift to the organization. It could really inspire others to give. It could make a big difference. The recognition is personal, but now the motivation has changed. The story is not about ego. It's about sacrificing to help the cause. It's a story that matches the orientation. Advancing the reframed hero story. Even for the low ego, high social donor, heroism is still powerfully attractive. The hero is still a universal archetype, but matching the donor's natural orientation requires reframing. The story is translated, but it's still a hero story. Of course, using a caregiver story for these donors is easier. No reframing is needed, but this has its limits. The caregiver fits with small, scattered, emotional impulse gifts. Large transformational gifts need a hero story. Reframing helps the heroic gift match the donor's personality. Gender stories. The right framing depends on the individual donor. It depends on the donor's archetype orientation. However, gender and class issues may influence this. For example, positive female characters were traditionally restricted. Men could be admirable heroes, rulers, jesters, explorers, and outlaws. But not women. Women were restricted to the social order characters. These are caregiver, lover, everyman, and innocent. In the caregiver story, gifts are small, dispersed acts of kindness. Such gifts may also be expressions of love. This is the lover-caregiver story. Or they may show connection to the shared group. This is the everyman caregiver story. Giving can also express faith and trust. This is the innocent story. These stories share a common theme. A small gift means just as much as a large one. These gifts could make some impact, but impact isn't really the point. The point is to express love, solidarity, or trust. These stories fit small, regular, dispersed giving, but they don't fit with a large, focused, transformational gift. That gift is the gift of the hero story. Gender statistics. Gender differences in giving match these traditional stories. Women are more likely to make many small gifts to a wider variety of charities. This is true in current giving. It's true in estate giving. This matches the caregiver story. Men are more likely to make fewer but larger gifts. They're more likely to focus on one specific cause or organization. This matches the hero story. However, this traditional gender difference may be changing. For example, a private foundation is a high ego gift. Typically, the foundation lives forever and is named for the donor, controlled by the donor, and required to follow the donor's rules forever. For years, estate gifts to private foundations were dominated by men. However, women's use of private foundations has increased dramatically. In the most recent years, this gender difference has disappeared. Wealth. The individual hero story may be naturally attractive to those with greater wealth. For others, it may require reframing. One study illustrated this. Some people received this request. Sometimes one person needs to come forward and take individual action. This is one of those times. Take individual action. Donate today. Others received this version. Sometimes one community needs to come forward and support a common goal. This is one of those times. Join your community, donate today. Which worked better? It depended. It depended on wealth. For wealthy donors, the high-ego, individual-focused heroic message worked better. For those with lower wealth, the high-social, community-focused heroic message worked better. Major gifts are gifts from wealth holders. Wealth holders are used to controlling an outcome. They're used to making an impact. The individual hero story is a natural fit. Effective major gift messages can differ from small gifts messages. The donor's hero story matches the major donation. Start with natural archetypes. The goal is to advance the donor's hero story. This is different from creating the donor's hero story. Advancing starts wherever the donor is right now. If a person identifies with a particular archetype, advancing starts with that archetype. But it doesn't stop there. Effective fundraising then combines it with a philanthropic archetype. For smaller donations, it's combined with the caregiver archetype. For larger donations, it's combined with the hero archetype. Any personality can fit with some version of the hero story. Professor Lawrence Walker explains, quote, "Heroism is not characterized by a single personality profile. Rather, multiple types of personality profiles were found to be associated with heroism with the dynamic interplay between situational and personological variables being implicated." Close quote. The personological variables differ with each donor. These reflect the donor's natural orientation. The fundraiser's role is to create matching situational variables. The fundraiser creates a compelling giving opportunity. This allows the donor's latent heroism to emerge. The fundraiser is the sage who guides the donor through the hero's journey. Hero archetype combinations. Any archetype can be combined with the donor hero. The bordering archetypes are an easy fit. The creator hero brings into being a new project. He helps design it. He helps create it. Entrepreneurs are natural creators. They love the personal involvement of such hands-on philanthropy. The magician hero uses philanthropy to magically transform reality. The impact should create awe and wonder. Making the hero story fit with the caregiver archetype requires managing the ego-social conflict. The same strategy helps the caregiver's border archetypes fit with the hero story. Thus, the everyman hero and lover hero become possible. Other combinations can also work. These are closer to the hero archetype on the axes, so these can be even easier. For example, the ruler hero. This fits with the board member donor. This character likes position and authority in the organization. The outlaw hero. This fits the social change donor, railing against the system. The explorer hero. This fits the donor giving for innovative research. The sage hero. This fits the donor giving for education or religious teaching. The innocent hero. This fits the donor giving from blind trust or faithful obedience. The jester hero. This fits the Ice Bucket Challenge or Movember campaign donor. The point is not just to match the natural archetype. The point is to start there and then move to the hero story. But the starting point helps guide the relevant messages. Detailed accounting fits the sage hero, but it's needless for the innocent hero. Outrage against the system matches the outlaw hero, but this wouldn't match a jester hero. The organization archetype. Each archetype can be a starting point. It makes a particular flavor of hero story. This applies to the donor's natural archetype, but it also applies to the organization. Each organization will likely fit a natural archetype. A charity might focus on social change, discovery, wisdom, art and creation, suffering, or community building. Each has its own natural archetype. Social change matches the outlaw. Discovery matches the explorer. Wisdom matches the sage. Art and creation matches the creator-artist. Easing suffering matches the caregiver. Building community matches the everyman. This organizational identity can help. It will naturally attract donors with a similar orientation. This creates a competitive advantage in fundraising. But this natural advantage won't lead to major gifts by itself. It does so only when this identity is converted into a related donor-hero story. Fortunately, this is always possible. For every archetype, there's a hero story for that. Summary. The hero is not the only archetypal character. However, among the 12 archetypal characters, only 2 are philanthropic by definition. The caregiver encourages small, dispersed, regular giving. The hero matches large, focused, transformational giving. Major gifts fundraising must advance the donor's hero story. However, not every donor will naturally identify with the hero. Resistance may come from gender roles, class, or just individual personality. Other characters may match better. The effective fundraiser starts with this natural orientation. But the story doesn't stop there. The fundraiser moves this natural story into a hero story. Sometimes this means reframing the hero story. This requires wisdom. This requires a sage who guides the donor through the hero's journey. The lurking enemy. The donor's hero story works. It's primal. It's powerful. It can match any donor. It can match any organization. It can be transformational. But there is an enemy. There's an enemy that battles against the donor's hero story. It's just as primal. It's just as powerful. It's primal and powerful because it, too, is a hero story. It is another face of the monomyth. But it's a story that belittles the donor. It's a story that disparages fundraising and discourages the fundraiser. And if you're like many fundraisers, it's the story that dominates your organization. The next chapter looks at this competing hero story. Chapter 5, The Fundraising Curse of the Administrator Hero Story. Philanthropy is powerful. It can do more for the donor than just consuming more stuff would do. It can provide personally meaningful impact. It can enhance the donor's identity. It can advance the donor's hero story. This series explores the steps for advancing that story. But for many charities, those steps don't matter. The lure of the administrator hero story. The steps don't matter because the charity doesn't care about the donor's hero story. Fundraisers aren't even allowed to tell the donor's hero story. Why? Because it conflicts with the administrator hero story. It lowers the status of the administrator. For the administrator, the donor's hero story is offensive, so it's forbidden. This resistance is not trivial. It's fundamental. It's primal. The desire for heroism is universal. The most compelling story for me is my hero story. The most compelling story for you is your hero story. The most compelling story for donors is their hero story. For the nonprofit administrator, the compelling story is the administrator hero story. Fundraising with the administrator hero story. Fundraising messages in the administrator hero story may vary, but it will be some form of the following. Look at how wonderful our organization is. Look at the many great things we are doing. We are worthy. We are inspirational. We are heroes. Give to us. What is the core message for donors? Alan Clayton describes it succinctly. Hello, I'm Alan. I'm great. Can I have some money, please? Understandably, the donor response to such messages is weak. In this view, the donor is certainly not the hero. At best, the donor is just an ATM. And the fundraiser? The fundraiser is the stick used to whack the ATM. Fundraising is dirty business. It's unpleasant work. But alas, it must be tolerated. We must allow it so the real heroes, the administrators, can continue their heroic work. This administrator hero story usually falls flat for donors, but it's compelling for administrators. In truth, most nonprofit administrators are not just normally attracted to their hero story, they are extraordinarily attracted to their hero story. These are people who willingly accept lower pay. They live in smaller houses. They drive older cars. They endure all this so that they can do work with meaning. They do this so that they can be part of a hero story. their hero story, the administrator hero story. The competitive problem of the administrator hero story. Fundraising with the administrator hero story is hard. It's hard because it's based on a false assumption. The assumption is this: donations will result simply from proving the organization's greatness. Even if this were true, it wouldn't help. First, there's a logic problem. Suppose donors gave simply to an organization's greatness. Then, logically, they should give only to the greatest organization. Before donating, they should determine, is this the greatest charity on the planet? Are there none that are more financially efficient? Are there none that help those in greater need? Are there none that make a more lasting impact? Competing on organizational greatness means competing in an infinitely crowded field. In the U.S., there are over 1 million nonprofits. Most are pitching and promoting to draw attention to their greatness. Good luck proving that your organization ranks first out of 1 million. But don't worry, even if you did, it wouldn't actually help. It wouldn't help because the assumption is false. People don't give to organizational greatness by itself. The donor's impact. Charity managers often misunderstand philanthropy. They think that giving is motivated by organizational impact. It's not. Giving is motivated by the donor's impact. Donors care about their impact because they care about their hero story. If the donor's gift doesn't make an impact, then why give? Removing the donor's heroism removes the donor's motivation. Defending the administrator hero story. It's not that the administrator hero story isn't logical. It can be. In fact, it can be more logical than the donor hero story. Administrators spend their lives focused on these problems. They know the complexities. They are the experts. According to some, donors should, quote, cut an unrestricted check and get out of the way, close quote. Or more forcefully, quote, fund people to do stuff and get the hell out of their way, close quote. Administrators love these messages. Nonprofit management books, sold to nonprofit administrators, repeat these cherished ideas. One popular management book explains, quote, the best thing supporters can do is to give resources that enable the institution's leaders to do their work the best way they know how. Get out of their way and let them build. In this world of the administrator hero story, people are supposed to give to administrative efficiency. Once administrative efficiency is achieved, fundraising should be easy. In this world, fundraising is, quote, creating a constituency which supports the organization because it deserves it, close quote. The messaging problem of the administrator hero story. This administrator hero story is logical. It is reasonable. And for fundraising, it is deadly. Consider these messages from a donor's perspective. Give me your money because I deserve it. Or even worse, I know better than you how to spend your money, so give me your money, then keep your mouth shut. I am the expert here. The problem isn't that the administrator hero story is false. The charity managers might deserve the money. They might be the experts. The problem is these messages don't work. By themselves, they don't encourage giving. The path of the administrator hero story. What is the typical experience for organizations that fundraise with the administrator hero story? These messages will create a few pat-on-the-head gifts. They will get an "isn't that nice" comment. They'll earn a word of encouragement. You people do such good work. But for some reason, the donors don't seem to get engaged. So the organization spends time and effort to engage the donors. It communicates the administrator hero story in tweets, posts, and newsletters. It shares the administrator hero story at banquets, on the phone, and in personal visits. And still, the gifts are small. The retention is poor. The revenue is flat. Administrators read of major, transformational gifts at other organizations. They think again of their administrator hero story. The story feels compelling to the administrators. The story feels sound to the administrators. Why then aren't they getting those transformational gifts? It must be that they aren't reaching the right audience. They decide they need to take their administrator hero story to new people, new donors, new wealthy donors. So despite poor retention rates for current donors, they pursue the magic elixir of new donors. But such efforts are even more expensive. The rewards are even more modest. A few bright spots remain. Some large gifts still happen. These come from board members. These donors actually control the organization. These donors are charity managers. For them, the administrator hero story is the donor hero story. The worldview problem. The problem here is not effort. The problem is not commitment. It's not technique or best practices. The problem is deeper. The problem is an underlying conflict of worldviews. The most powerful experience fundraising can offer is to advance the donor's hero story. Living the donor hero story provides a transformational experience. It touches the essence of the donor's being. It shapes the donor's identity. It is why major contributors often express gratitude for taking part in the donation experience. But we cannot offer that experience without answering the central question: who is the hero? The competitive advantage of the donor's hero story. Advancing the donor's hero story changes the competitive landscape. Other charities may be great. They may be telling great stories. But it doesn't matter, because they aren't telling the donor's story. No story is more powerful than the donor's story. Think about your alma mater. Suppose I proved that a rival school was 10% more efficient. According to the logic of organizational greatness, you would immediately switch your donations. But you won't. Why not? You won't because the rival school isn't part of your story. What the other school is doing is fine. It's nice, but it's not your story, and it won't get your donations. The donor's impact. It's not that donors aren't motivated by impact. It's that donors are motivated by their impact in their story. Administrative efficiency can be important, but it's important only when it advances the donor's hero story. The charity impact story is nice. Did the charity help 10,000 people last year? Congratulations. The administrators are heroes. But that doesn't tell the donor what his gift would do today. The donor's gift must create change. Otherwise, why would he make it? Having helped others in the past is great, but the donor's gift is about reaching the one who hasn't yet been helped. It's about the donor's impact. It's not about what the charity has already done. It's about what the charity hasn't done. Conclusion. Advancing the donor's hero story is powerful. It's compelling. It provides deep value and meaning. It works. The administrator hero story is also powerful, but only for the administrators. In the donor's hero story, the charity and its administrators are not the hero. But don't worry, the organization does play a vital role in the donor's hero story. What is this role? The next chapter looks at this question. Chapter 6. The nonprofit in the donor's hero story. The hammer of Thor. Who is the hero? Is the donor the hero of our fundraising story? If not, then we may not be telling the donor's story, talking about the donor's impact, or deeply connecting the donor to the cause. Advancing the donor's hero story is effective. It makes a compelling fundraising story. But wait, isn't the charity important? What about its expertise and infrastructure? What about its history and goals? Role change. The charity and its administrators are still essential. Just because the charity isn't the hero doesn't mean it isn't part of the story. But when we drop the administrator hero story, there's a difference. The organization story stops competing with the donor's hero story. Instead, it starts supporting the donor's hero story. The charity becomes important as a means of advancing the donor's hero story. It becomes the hero's magical instrument for impact. It becomes the hero's weapon. The hammer of Thor. When I was a kid, I loved comic books. My friends and I studied the latest issues. We traded tattered copies. What we loved most was arguing. Mostly, we argued about which superhero would win in a fight. One of my favorites was Thor. When Thor had his enchanted hammer, he was powerful. He could control lightning and weather. He could fly. He could really make an impact. Without his hammer, Thor wasn't very effective as a hero. The hammer of Thor was a key part of the story. The hammer is not the hero. Thor's hammer is powerful. But what does it do without Thor? Nothing. Thor's hammer is cool, but nobody ever cheered for the hammer to win. The hammer isn't the hero. In the hands of the heroic donor, the effective nonprofit can be a powerful hammer. With the right hammer, the donor can make a massive impact. The hammer is important, but the hammer isn't the hero. The hero's journey. In Joseph Campbell's Monomyth, the hero takes a journey. The hero's journey begins when the hero is forced to make a choice. The hero leaves his ordinary, self-focused world. He embarks on an adventure to impact the larger world. Often, a guiding sage delivers this call to adventure. But the guiding sage role continues after the call to adventure. The guiding sage provides help, advice, and direction along the way. This ongoing role is also common in hero movies. Consider Obi-Wan Kenobi, original Star Wars, Morpheus, The Matrix, or Gandalf the Grey, The Hobbit. These guiding sages forced a choice to start the adventure, but they also helped along the way. The guiding sage provides the hero's weapon. The guiding sage can help in several ways. She may introduce the hero to friends and allies. Often, she gives a powerful instrument or weapon to the hero. Obi-Wan gives Luke a lightsaber. Gandalf shows Bilbo how to get the magical ring. Morpheus trains Neo to fight. Dumbledore gives Harry Potter an invisibility cloak. These tools aren't just for fun. They help the hero complete the journey. They empower the hero. They magnify the hero's impact. The instrument encourages the hero to make the journey. It makes the adventure feasible. Could I be an epic hero? I don't know. I'm a little unsure. But what if I had Luke Skywalker's lightsaber? What if I had Harry Potter's invisibility cloak? What if I had Thor's hammer? That changes things. The powerful instrument makes epic heroism more achievable. The fundraiser as Monomyth guiding sage. The effective fundraiser plays an archetypal role in the donor's hero story. This role is the guiding sage. It's the sage who challenges with a choice. The fundraiser challenges the donor to look beyond the ordinary, self-focused world, calls the donor hero to impact the larger world, advises and guides the donor during the heroic journey, and provides powerful instruments that help the donor complete the journey. Forging the donor hero's weapon. What magical instruments can the fundraiser offer to the donor hero? Maybe it's an endowed scholarship fund. Maybe it's sponsorship of a child. Maybe it's a named room or building. Maybe it's digging a well. Maybe it's delivering a mosquito net. These are all things that would be difficult for the donor to do alone. But the guiding sage fundraiser provides the magical weapon. A specific proposal can present the instrument of impact. It can fit the instrument to the needs of the donor's specific journey. The guiding sage selects the weapon to match the hero's journey. The right size hammer. No weapon can fit every hero or every journey. If the hero can't lift the hammer, it can't be part of his story. On the other hand, Thor shouldn't be holding a tiny reflex hammer. That doesn't fit a heroic story either. In 2015, John Paulson gave $400 million to Harvard's renamed John A. Paulson School of Engineering. If a donor wants to use $400 million to make an impact in engineering research and education, Harvard is the right-sized hammer. If he wants his story to live on with future generations of leading engineers, Harvard is the right-sized hammer. This weapon matches this hero and this hero's journey. On the other hand, it would do no good to convince me to give $400 million to make this impact. It's a really nice hammer, but it's the wrong size. I can't lift that hammer. It can't be part of my hero story. Suppose $50 provides mosquito nets to people in need. I can lift that hammer, but it might be the wrong size too. If I can lift it too easily, it's not that heroic. It's a cute hammer, but it's too small to really advance my hero story. The hammer is not the hero. In comics, the hammer increases the hero's impact. In fundraising, the nonprofit is the hammer. It increases the donor's impact. The fundraiser's goal is to get the hero to pick up the hammer and use it. To accomplish this goal, it's fine to talk about how great the hammer is. But be careful. The goal is to sell the hammer to the hero. It's not to sell the hammer as the hero. Talking about the wonderful charity is fine, but don't slide into telling the administrator hero story. That's not the goal. The goal is to show how great the nonprofit is as an instrument for the donor hero. The message is, imagine the impact you could make with this great hammer. You could use it to accomplish a personally meaningful result. The message is not, look at the great things this hammer has done. Don't you want to honor the hammer's greatness with a donation? Same facts, different stories. The administrator hero story looks backward. It honors the past heroism of the charity and its administrators. The donor hero story looks forward. It shows how the donor can accomplish new heroic things. The charity can be a powerful weapon in the donor hero's hands. The charity appears in both stories. The facts can be the same, but the story is different. Suppose a charity has an impressive history. that fact can be part of either story. Administrator hero story. Look at our grand history and all that we have done. You should give us money because we are so great. Donor hero story. Look at what we have helped these heroic donors to accomplish in the past. You are just like them. We can help you make a lasting impact too. Both messages include details about the organization. Both share examples of past impact, but the stories are different. One tells an administrator hero story. We are great. See all the great things we have done? The other tells a donor hero story. We are a great instrument for you to use. Other donors like you have used this instrument to accomplish great things. Same facts, different hero. The difference in these stories is not whether the charity is great. The difference is the hero. In the donor hero story, the donor is the agent. The donor makes the impact. The donor uses the otherwise inert instrument, the charity, activated by his gift. The charity has a role, but the donor makes the decisions. In the administrator hero story, the charity is the agent. The charity makes the impact. The charity uses the otherwise inert instrument, the donor, activated by its inspirational mission and accomplishments. The donor has a role, but the administrators make the decisions. Mission drift problem? Won't advancing the donor's hero story send the organization off course? Doesn't helping donors prevent a narrow focus? No. Let's return to the story. The charity is the magical instrument or weapon in the hero's journey. In popular movies, this might be Thor's hammer, Luke's lightsaber, or Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. But Thor's hammer is not a lightsaber. A lightsaber is not an invisible cloak. The instrument may be magical, but it does one thing, not everything. To be a powerful instrument for a donor hero, the charity must be excellent. This excellence means doing a few things well. Mission drift solution. If the instrument doesn't fit the hero's task, what does the guiding sage do? Does she try to change the instrument into something it's not? Yes, you need an invisibility cloak, but we can widen this hammer so you could hide behind it. No. She points the hero to a different instrument. The fundraiser points the donor to a different charity. She introduces a new mentor who knows that instrument. Of course, that's not what a pushy salesperson would do, and that's the point. The guiding sage plays a different role. The guiding sage helps the hero. Advising against interest. Helping a donor in this way shatters stereotypes. A pushy salesperson type would never connect a donor with a competitor. Doing this might seem counterproductive. It's not. It establishes the fundraiser in the role of helpful advisor. Such authentic behavior transforms the donor-fundraiser relationship. Of course, in the administrator hero story, this is an act of heresy. The fundraiser's job isn't to help the donor. The fundraiser's job is to sell the administrator hero story to the donor. The fundraiser is supposed to be the pushy salesperson. But even from a purely financial perspective, this aggressive approach isn't the best. Establishing a guiding sage relationship is like planting an almond. Over time, it can be nurtured into a tree that will produce 1,000-fold more. Forcibly selling the charity as the right tool even when it doesn't fit? That's like eating the almond instead of planting it. The charity is important. The charity plays an important role in the donor hero story. It empowers the donor hero. It helps the donor hero accomplish his heroic goals. It serves as a powerful instrument for the hero. Advancing the donor's hero story doesn't mean that the charity isn't important. It doesn't mean that the charity isn't great. It only means that the charity isn't the hero. The facts about the organization are the same in both stories, but the story changes. The story is no longer, "Hello, we're great. Can we have some money, please?" Instead, the story becomes, "You can use this great instrument to make a personally meaningful impact. Pick it up. Use it to do great things." In fundraising, the right story with the right hero leads to the right results. However, there can be another barrier to the donor-hero story. Sometimes the problem isn't having the wrong hero. Sometimes the problem is having no hero at all. Character, charity strength, or charity need. There are many archetypal characters besides the hero. However, only two are definitionally philanthropic: the hero and the caretaker. In fundraising, either story can work, but each works for different gift sizes. The donor-caretaker makes small, dispersed, caring gifts. The donor-hero makes large, concentrated, transformational gifts. In each story, the charity plays a different role. In the hero story, the charity's role is one of strength. The charity is the donor-hero's powerful instrument. In the caretaker story, the charity's role is different. Charity's strength can be a problem. Why would the charity hold wealth when there is immediate need? Why focus on the charity's long-term stability when others want help now? Instead, charity need can fit this story. The charity has a financial crisis. What happens? The sympathetic caretaker responds with help. Experiments: charity strength or charity need. The organization story can be one of need or strength. In either case, it should match the story archetype. One experiment tested this. The fundraising message included a reference either to the charity's need or strength. The charity need message read, "A survey last year found that this charity received financial support from 5% of our local community. However, a recent survey last month showed that this charity is supported by only 1% of our local community." The charity strength message replaced only 1% with over 10%. Which version worked better? It depended. One headline emphasized the donor-caretaker role. It read, "Be compassionate to those around you. Make a difference." With this headline, the charity need message, only 1%, worked twice as well. Another headline emphasized the donor-hero role. It read, "Be proud of what you can do. Make a difference." With this headline, the charity strength message, over 10%, worked twice as well. Matching the charity role, strength versus need, with the donor role, proud hero versus compassionate caretaker, worked. Practice: charity strength or charity need. Yes, it's true. We can raise funds with an organizational need message. But this won't lead to large gifts. Why not? Because it uses the wrong archetype for large gifts. The donor-caretaker makes small, dispersed, caring gifts. Only the donor-hero makes large, concentrated, transformational gifts. Charities can get stuck in the wrong story. This can create a nonprofit starvation cycle. Charities project organizational need because this matches the caretaker story. Charities then internalize this need-based scarcity mindset. They avoid building long-term capacity. They avoid projecting financial strength. Their next financial crisis triggers a few quick gifts. It works, but it works at the cost of future major investment gifts. This need-based scarcity mindset can lead to recurring organizational crisis. But there is another path. There is another story. The donor hero story matches the strong, powerful nonprofit. The charity is the donor hero's powerful weapon. In this story, the charity projects strength and abundance. This message supports major investment gifts. This is not just about story or experiments. It's about real-world fundraising. The largest donations go to the largest, often wealthiest nonprofits. These are strongest link gifts. These donors give to the best. Conclusion. Powerful fundraising starts with the right story. For major transformational gifts, that story is the donor's hero story. The charity plays an essential role in that story. The charity is the donor's magical instrument or weapon. A donor hero wants the strongest, most effective weapon. That weapon helps him make the biggest impact. The charity is an essential part of this story. It's not the hero, it's the hero's hammer. Chapter 7. Fundraiser Turnover Problems. The Stigmatized Story Character. Good and bad stories. Stories are powerful. They can provide meaning and motivation. They can be a source of personal identity. For fundraising, stories are key. But there is a downside. Inspirational stories can motivate, but stigmatized stories can cripple. This matters for fundraising because it matters for fundraisers. Few professions suffer more from stigmatized stories than fundraising. Stigma and synonyms. A story begins with character. Consider the fundraiser character. What is this role? What is this title? Fundraiser. What does that mean? Fund means money. Raiser means one who retrieves or gets. So a fundraiser is a money getter. Not very inspirational, is it? It doesn't distinguish the profession from other money getters. A drug dealer is a money getter, so is a prostitute, a pickpocket, or a timeshare telemarketer. But fundraiser actually does imply more. It implies money getting by a specific method. How does a fund, money, raiser, getter, accomplish this money getting? By asking. By asking based on need. By asking based on need without offering anything comparable in return. What's another word for that? Begging. Thesaurus.com says to seek charity has these synonyms: solicit charity, beg, hustle, cadge, chisel, freeload, mooch, sponge, and panhandle. Do you sense any possible stigma in these synonyms? Stigma and technical definitions. Let's get technical. Social psychologists define stigmatized work. This means work has either a social or moral taint. Researchers explain, quote, social taint occurs where the worker appears to have a servile relationship to others. For example, shoe shiner, customer complaints clerk, butler, maid. Moral taint occurs where the worker is thought to employ methods that are deceptive, intrusive, confrontational, or that otherwise defy norms of civility. For example, bill collector, tabloid reporter, telemarketer. Close quote. How does this relate to fundraisers? Researchers investigated this by interviewing fundraisers. They found, quote, "The work of fundraisers may be perceived as socially and morally tainted. Specifically, fundraisers may appear subservient to others through their position of being the one to ask others for money, social taint, and may endure societal perceptions that the modes by which they ask for money are morally suspect, moral taint," close quote. Fundraisers can have both types of job stigma. Fundraiser can be a stigmatized role. Stigma and retention. Internal feelings of stigma can drive quitting. Research on employee retention confirms this. A belief that one's job is not viewed positively increases intentions to quit. It also increases actually quitting. Stigma drives quitting because it impairs feelings of self-worth. This is a special concern for expanding diversity in fundraising. And occupational stigma is difficult for anyone. No one wants to feel they are appearing subservient by asking for money, but this can be particularly painful if it reinforces stereotypes. We have a problem. Why do people start a stigmatized role? In a national survey, 44% of fundraisers reported starting because either they felt they had no other good opportunities or they thought they were hired to do something else. How do people respond to a stigmatized role? They don't want to play it. Even if they start, they don't play it for long. What is the average time a new fundraiser stays in the job? 16 months. Half of all development directors anticipate leaving in 2 years or less. They aren't just switching charities. At small organizations, about half of these were planning to leave the field of fundraising entirely. One national survey asked development directors this: had they already given notice that they were quitting? Nearly a quarter answered either yes or no, but I am actively considering leaving. Academic researchers labeled turnover in fundraising as an epidemic. Those hiring fundraisers describe turnover as crippling. The protected worker. What's going on? Other jobs face external stigma. They don't suffer from these type of retention issues. The difference is story. Workers in other stigmatized occupations are protected. They're protected by their internal organizational stories. Researchers describe it this way. These organizations promote ideological reframing. They, quote, change an occupation member's dominant cognition from I am associated with an occupation that others view as tainted to I am associated with an occupation that has intrinsic value, close quote. These alternative stories promote occupational pride. It works. Researchers find that, quote, abundant qualitative research from a wide variety of occupations indicates that people performing, quote, dirty work, unquote, tend to retain relatively high occupational esteem and pride, close quote. The unprotected fundraiser. But fundraisers are often not protected in this way. Why not? First, fundraisers usually don't work for fundraising businesses. Even within the charity, there is an otherness about fundraisers and their work. Their work is rarely understood. They may be viewed as magicians or jesters, but their work remains a mystery. This is worse when fundraisers report to non-fundraising managers. These managers completely miss the need for alternative stories. Why? Because they don't need ideological reframing. They aren't in stigmatized occupations. Administrator story conflict. But the problem goes deeper. It's not just that these administrators don't promote alternative stories, It's that they can't. Why not? Let's start with a simple idea. Question: how does the fundraiser encourage generosity? Answer: the fundraiser helps the donor to define and accomplish the donor's philanthropic goals. This simple answer attacks the administrator hero story. It frames administrators as merely the paid servants of the heroic donors. It puts the donors in control. Administrators become just minions. They scamper about to accomplish the donor hero's plans. This is quite a downgrade for administrators. It's no surprise they don't embrace this story. Fundraiser story conflict. In the donor hero story, the fundraiser has a valuable, essential, and archetypal role to play. But this story conflicts with the administrator hero story. In that story, the fundraiser is just a money getter. The work has no intrinsic value, and it gets worse. In that story, donors give simply because the organization deserves it. Did the fundraiser succeed? What's the administrator hero story explanation? It's because the administrators have already earned those gifts. They've earned them with their heroic work. Did the fundraiser fail? What's the administrator hero story explanation? Their hero story feels highly compelling, at least to them. That leaves one explanation. The fundraiser must lack skill in telling the administrator hero story. Charity managers live the administrator hero story. But in that story, fundraising is, at best, an unfortunate necessity. That internal story doesn't overcome external stigma, it reinforces stigma. The tolerated fundraiser. Other occupations face external stigma, but these workers are protected by supportive internal stories. They are protected by ideological reframing. Fundraisers often aren't. They can face external stigma and internal antipathy. This can put fundraisers in a uniquely difficult role. Professor Beth Breeze explains, quote, "Of course, charity leaders are aware of the vital role that fundraising plays because they can see the evidence on their balance sheet, and because recruiting good fundraisers is one of their main managerial headaches. But there remains a disconnect between understanding the importance of the role and valuing the people filling that role. There is a widespread sense that fundraisers are tolerated because of the pressing need for funds they can bring in, rather than a genuine appreciation of their skills and wider contribution." Close quote. What is the status of fundraising in the administrator hero story? It's tolerated. It's distasteful, but alas, necessary. It must be endured, at least until an alternative arises. The tolerated fundraiser in research. This administrator attitude is not just talk. It's how many nonprofits are actually managed. For years, researchers noticed that after a nonprofit received a big grant, donations would drop. The grant crowded out donations. The original explanation was this: donors gave less because the work was already being funded by the grant. Then, an analysis of over 8,000 charities across 17 years changed the answer. The result? The researchers explained, quote, "Crowding out is due primarily to reduced fundraising." Administrators celebrated the big grant by cutting fundraising. In many cases, this crowding out was over 100%. They cut fundraising so much they ended up with less money than if they had never received the grant. Remove the urgent necessity, and the first response is to kill fundraising. For many administrators, the ultimate fundraising goal is this: raise enough money so we can stop raising money. Their perfect world is a world without fundraising. It's a world without fundraisers. Mission isn't enough. Can't we fix turnover by commitment to the cause? Not really. The organization's mission is important. It's important for fundraisers, administrators, and donors. The mission often motivates fundraisers to take the job in the first place. But the mission doesn't keep fundraisers in the job. In a national survey, most fundraisers were, quote, passionate about my organization's mission and field of work, close quote. That's great, but statistically, it didn't matter. After considering other typical job-related factors, greater passion about the mission did not predict plans to stay in the job, nor did it predict willingness to stay in the field of fundraising. Mission is ends, not means. Why isn't a good mission enough? It's not enough because it says nothing about the work of fundraising. This mission justification is great, but it applies the same to any money-getting activity. The story is this: we need money, so go get some. This is not useful reframing of stigmatized work. Why not? Because it says nothing about the work itself. Researchers on job stigma explain the problem this way. Quote, given that ends are less immediate and proximal than means, it is often difficult for the ends of work to remain continuously salient, close quote. A good mission justifies the ends. It says why money is useful, but it says nothing about the means. It says nothing about the work itself. It says nothing about the intrinsic value of the work. The mission is not effective as ideological reframing of the work itself. The work is still only about the money. What's the remedy? The prognosis seems bad. The industry has a deadly symptom: fundraiser turnover. The first step toward a treatment is identifying the underlying problem. On the surface, the problem is stigma. Below the surface, the problem is story. Powerful, deep-seated, archetypal story. The solution? Also story. Powerful, deep-seated, archetypal story. In the next chapter, we return to that corrective story. Chapter 8, Fundraiser Turnover Solutions, Transforming the Story Character. Things look bleak. Fundraisers don't stay. They don't stay at the nonprofit. They don't stay in the industry. They are stigmatized by outsiders. They are devalued by insiders. Is the situation hopeless? Actually, no. The problem at its core is story. Bad story. Externally stigmatizing story. Internally dismissive story. The solution at its core is also story. The one big thing. Let's go back to the beginning. The one big thing in fundraising is this: advance the donor's hero story. The hero story is a universal story. It is compelling at a primal level. It is archetypal. It is the monomyth. Adopting this one thing transforms the paradigm for fundraising. But the transformation is not just for the donor. The transformation is also for the fundraiser. An inspirational role. In the donor's hero story, the fundraiser fills a critical role. The fundraiser is the wise sage who encourages the donor through the hero's journey. This is the role of Obi-Wan Kenobi, Star Wars, Minerva McGonagall, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, Gandalf the Grey, The Hobbit, Morpheus, The Matrix, Mickey, Rocky, and Mr. Miyagi, The Karate Kid. The fundraiser is the sage who challenges with a choice. This challenge moves the donor's hero journey forward. But this challenge isn't the end. The fundraiser continues in this monomyth role beyond the initial challenge. She introduces the donor hero to helpful friends and allies. She presents the donor hero with powerful instruments. These magnify the hero's impact. The fundraiser serves as mentor, sage, advisor, and guide. A paradigm shift. For the fundraiser, embracing this role changes things. The hero is a powerful, attractive, archetypal role. But so is the hero's guiding sage. This character appears in all forms of myths and fairy tales. It is the wise man or the helper. This character helps the protagonist along his or her journey, often by providing magical assistance. Paul Moxnes of the University of Oslo calls it a primordial role. He explains, quote, "The role of the helpers are of a deep role nature, and they are, next to the essential family roles, the most important ones in human societies." Close quote. Changing the story changes the role. The fundraiser's role transforms from stigmatized to epic. Along with this change in role comes a change in goal. The goal is now to help the donor. Specifically, the goal is to advance the donor's hero story. Yes, the fundraiser wants the donor to give, but she wants the donor to give in a way that advances the donor's hero story. The gift should match the donor's values, life story, and journey. It should deliver an identity-enhancing victory. Advancing the donor's hero story is not just about delivering dollars to the organization, it's about delivering meaning to the donor. A change in values. Along with this change in goal is a change in values. Fundraising work is no longer just money getting. Indeed, the actual work of fundraising cannot be about money getting. The actual work of any occupation cannot be about money getting. The financial outcome says nothing about the work itself. Money for the charity is nice, but this becomes only a byproduct of effectively doing important work. Yes, effective donor guidance does benefit the organization, but the fundraiser's work is not with the organization or its finances. The fundraiser's work is with the donor and the donor's journey. The fundraiser's work encourages meaningful generosity. It advances the donor's hero story. The fundraiser helps the donor. Fundraiser burnout. The traditional view of fundraising manufactures fundraiser burnout. Consider the position of a new fundraiser. She starts because she loves the cause. She loves the organization. But now she is responsible for whether it thrives or suffers. To feed it, she must do stigmatized work. She must seek charity. The synonyms include beg, chisel, sponge, and panhandle. If she fails in her unpleasant work, the thing she loves suffers, and the suffering is her fault. Good people doing noble work get fired, and it's her fault. If she succeeds in her unpleasant work, her success is credited to others. We get donations because we deserve them. Worse, her success becomes the new normal baseline. If she doesn't succeed even more next year, she fails. Again, the thing she loves suffers. Again, it's her fault. Occasionally, things get worse. A desperate crisis, project, or campaign increases the intensity. She must do more of the unpleasant work in a short period. This all creates a perfect recipe. It's a recipe for negative emotion, burnout, and quitting. No wonder the average new fundraiser leaves her job in only 16 months. From Fundraiser to Hero's Guide. But what if things were different? What if the job was not just about grabbing cash for administrators? What if the work was to guide, advise, and help the donor? What if the goal was to assist the donor in making a personally meaningful impact? What if the job was to advance the donor's hero story? The work itself then becomes independently important. The work encourages the core human ideal of generosity. It delivers value to donors. It builds personally meaningful donor experiences. It makes donors and the world better off. The fundraiser's occupational mission and values change. These are no longer just about the money. These are about the actual work of fundraising. The fundraiser's mission and values are complementary to the administrators, but they are different. They are separate. This separation changes everything. Hero's Guide in a Crisis. Consider this new paradigm in the previous situation. What are the emotions when a desperate organizational crisis or deadline arises? Panic and fear? Overwhelming responsibility and guilt? Dread of new unpleasant obligations? No, none of these. For the fundraiser's separate but complementary mission, the crisis is beautiful opportunity. The question is not, oh no, how can I solve the administrator's desperate crisis? The question is, how can this crisis help advance the hero stories of the donors I am guiding? Does it tell a more urgent and compelling story? Fantastic! Does it provide an opportunity for personally meaningful and heroic gifts? Great! Does it motivate administrators to provide more resources for promoting generosity? Wonderful. For the fundraiser's mission, the separate but complementary mission, these are superb opportunities. Administrators may be in crisis, but this need not create destructive emotional experiences for the fundraiser. In the new story, the fundraiser's core mission and values are not in crisis. The fundraiser's work is not the administrator's work. The fundraiser's work is to encourage meaningful generosity among the donors she is guiding. The fundraiser helps the donors. The fundraiser delivers value. The bad story encourages bad behavior. If the fundraiser's job is simply money getter, then she is a burden to donors. She is an unwelcome obligation. She gets money from donors and leaves them worse off. But what if the fundraiser advances the donor's hero story? What if she serves as an effective guide on this journey? Then she offers real value to the donor. She provides deep, meaningful benefit. The donor is left better off than if he had just spent more money on consuming. What trinket is better than having a more meaningful, even heroic, life journey? More consuming can't compete with that experience. Fundraiser retention and donor messages. Does messaging affect fundraiser satisfaction and retention? One study found a direct link. Some nonprofits focused on selling the organization story. This was the, quote, press agent model. Fundraising was, quote, a one-way avenue. In these nonprofits, quote, information spews forth from the organization, yet few comments, responses, or concerns are returned to the organization. And in terms of fundraising, the interests of the donor are outstripped by the interests of the organization, close quote. These organizations scored lowest in fundraisers' satisfaction with the nonprofit, trust in the nonprofit, and commitment to the nonprofit. Another approach was the polar opposite. It was the two-way symmetry fundraising model. Donor communication was based on mutuality, cooperation, and collaboration. Fundraisers' satisfaction, trust, and commitment were all highest in these organizations. One approach views the donor as an ATM. Striking the donor ATM with the fundraising stick spits out cash. This view isn't just bad for fundraising. It's bad for fundraisers. It's bad for fundraiser retention. The opposite approach is based on providing value. The fundraiser helps the donor. She delivers value to the donor. It's hard work. Of course, providing real value isn't always easy. It may require learning the donor's life, the donor's values, and the donor's journey. Uncovering these can be a difficult process. Challenging another to heroism isn't easy. The Monomyth sage who challenges with a choice always faces rejection. Refusing the call to adventure is part of the hero's journey. Advancing the donor's hero story is hard work. Being a competent guide means knowing the terrain. It means knowing the dangers and the shortcuts along the journey. The effective guiding sage knows how to introduce the hero to friends and allies. The effective guiding sage offers powerful instruments or weapons. This might mean developing new giving opportunities to match the donor's story. It might mean learning about tax benefits and complex instruments. The role isn't easy, but it is important. Identity matters. Typical fundraiser training is all about tactics. Tactics are useful, but tips and tricks don't change story. They don't change character. Playing a stigmatized character with better techniques is fine, but it's still playing a stigmatized character. Powerful solutions start deeper. They start with character and story. They start with occupational identity. If you start with the right identity, techniques will follow naturally. If you start with the wrong identity, techniques won't fix the problem. Michael Norton explains that success in fundraising is really not about what or who you know. Instead, quote, in actual fact, it is much more about who you are. Michael Bassoff and Steve Chandler explain, quote, the secret to rapid and astonishing success in fundraising seems to require a shift. Not a shift in what you are doing, although that will happen, but more of a shift in who you are being, close quote. Dr. Beth Breeze describes the advice this way. Effective fundraising goes beyond the mechanical aspects because it requires making existential changes. Story works. The hero's journey is a primal story. In this story, the hero is a compelling archetypal character, but so is the guiding sage. Transforming the donor's identity is powerful, but so is transforming the fundraiser's identity. The fundraiser becomes the guiding sage who advances the donor's hero story. This changes things. The fundraiser fulfills a critical role in a personally meaningful journey. She provides deep, lasting value to the donor. She makes the donor's life more transcendent. She becomes an essential character in an epic story. That's a character worth playing. That's a story worth living. Chapter 9. Introducing the epic fundraiser to the public. What's your job? The universal hero story is attractive. This monomyth is hardwired into our psyches. In the donor's hero story, the donor's role as hero is compelling. But the same is true for the fundraiser's role. The sage guides the hero in the epic journey. This, too, is an attractive, archetypal character. A need for translation. The monomyth role of the hero's guiding sage can inform the fundraiser's work. It can build the fundraiser's occupational ideology. It can direct the fundraiser's emotions and career. This can happen when the fundraiser personally adopts this role. But how can this story role be introduced to the public? How can we make them understand? Suppose the person sitting next to you on a plane asks, "What do you do?" You can't very well answer, "I'm Obi-Wan Kenobi." So, what is the right answer? The answer starts by understanding a fundamental problem. What do you do is not an easy question for a stigmatized occupation. A tricky question. What do you do? For the baker or the candlestick maker, the answer is simple. But if your job is stigmatized, answering this question is a problem. Suppose you work as a slaughterhouse inspector. You like your job. You know it serves an important function in society, but you also know the likely reaction when you tell people what you do. You feel the squirm. You sense the pushback. After a while, this gets tiresome. What do you do? Answering this question is a problem for stigmatized occupations. What's the typical response? Often, it's to avoid giving a clear answer. Researchers explain, quote, "In socially stigmatized jobs, employees may be reluctant to share their titles," close quote. Often, the title itself is made ambiguous for outsiders. Slaughterhouse inspector isn't an actual job title. The actual title is environmental health officer. A garbage collector becomes a sanitation engineer, and so forth. A tricky question for fundraisers. Fundraisers also face job stigma. One fundraiser shared, quote, "I just did a training session for our faculty, and I asked the question, how many of you see fundraising as begging? And you know, there were hands that went up," close quote. Matching other stigmatized jobs, fundraisers often avoid clear job titles. In the U.S., most use ambiguous words like development or institutional advancement. For outsiders, this obscures the job. Normal people don't use these words. For insiders, this portrays the job as advancing administrator goals. The job is to help the institution, not the donor. This ambiguity goes beyond titles. One study found that fundraisers, quote, discussed avoiding using the term fundraiser in their interpersonal interactions, close quote. One fundraiser in the study explained, quote, "Fundraiser, I don't like that name. If I were on a game show and they introduced me at Jeopardy, I would probably say I'm a university administrator," close quote. Of course, concealment isn't the only approach. Some aggressively lead with the traditional stigmatized title. One former fundraiser explained that she would tell new acquaintances, quote, "I raise money for the university. That's what I tell people, because I got tired of everybody at the university used to apologize for it, and that drove me crazy," close quote. However, this frontal approach can generate undesirable reactions. Another fundraiser writes, quote, When responding to the question, "So what do you do?" with "I'm a fundraiser, I ask people for money," there's silence, then confusion, then "I could never do that," or "Do you get paid to do that?" No one says, "That must be interesting," or "I'll bet you get to meet lots of fascinating people," close quote. The hunt for a magic job title. Is it possible to address fundraiser stigma with a better job title? Is there a magic job title that is universally attractive to donors? I set out to answer this question in a series of experiments. I started by collecting as many fundraiser job titles as I could get. At one national fundraising conference, I gave away free copies of my book on charitable gift planning. The only catch was that to get the book, attendees had to give me their business cards. I'm sure they thought I was going to spam them with sales material. But I'm a professor. I don't sell anything. Instead, my goal was to collect as many fundraiser job titles as I could find. In total, I tested 71 different job titles with over 3,000 respondents. To keep the comparison simple, I changed all the titles to Director of Blank or Chief Blank Officer. The worst. First, I measured people's willingness to contact a charity employee about making a gift of stock. What was the worst performing title? Director of Advancement. Second worst? Chief Advancement Officer. Also in the bottom 10 were Director of Development, Chief Development Officer, Director of Institutional Advancement, and Chief Institutional Advancement Officer. In other words, the most common job titles got the worst response. This result was true for both men and women. It was true for older and younger people. It was true for minor donors, less than $1,000, moderate donors, $1,000 and above, and major donors, $10,000 and above. It was true for giving stock. It was true for giving real estate. It was true for giving in a will. It was true for a charitable gift annuity. Across all donation scenarios, 9 of the 10 worst performing job titles included the words advancement or development. The best. What worked? The top titles signaled that the employee offered donors guidance, advice, or planning. For example, Director of Donor Guidance and Director of Donor Advising were in the top 10. In fact, every one of the top 10 job titles included some variation of guidance, advising, or planning. This was true across all 4 types of giving combined. It was true for both men and women. It was true for older and younger people. It was true for minor donors, less than $1,000, moderate donors, $1,000 and above, and major donors, $10,000 and above. Consider the universal hero story. What function does the hero's guiding sage provide in the Monomyth? What service did Obi-Wan Kenobi, Morpheus, or Gandalf the Grey provide for the hero? Guidance, advice, planning. What are donors seeking when considering a significant donation? Guidance, advice, planning. Was there a magic job title? No. Instead, there were multiple expressions of a magic concept. The concept is this: I help donors. I give donors wise guidance, expert planning, and sage advice. The archetypal guiding sage character attracts donors. It's what donors want. Flip the script. What do you do? The fundraiser as the donor hero's guiding sage is a new story. The new story suggests a new answer to this question. Instead of leading with secret code words, development, allegiance to administrators, institutional advancement, or what they wanted to get from donors, fundraiser, What if fundraisers led with what they offered to donors? In a traditional fundraising worldview, this is ridiculous. The job is to get from donors. It's not to benefit donors. But this changes when the goal becomes to advance the donor's hero story. The underlying benefit is guidance, advice, and planning. The description can differ depending on the fundraiser's focus. It can be as simple as, I work for, insert charity. My job is to show our donors how to give smarter. In complex giving, it might emphasize practical benefits. For example, I teach our donors how to get special tax benefits. I show our donors how to make gifts that pay them income for life. I help people donate weird assets. Each of these encourages follow-up questions. They start a conversation. If that's not the goal, the answer might be simply, I help donors plan out their gifts and the impact they want to make. An example conversation. What might such a conversation sound like? It might start with, question. So what do you do? Answer. I work for, insert charity. My job is to show our donors how to give smarter. Question. How do you do that? Answer. I help our donors plan their gifts to make the impact that's most meaningful for them. We work through what they care about. We discuss what's been important in their lives. Then we connect that with possible projects that reflect their values and fit into their life story. This lets them use their money in a way that's more meaningful than just consuming more stuff. Are there any causes that have been important in your life? What was it that connected you to that cause? Notice how this response leads with benefit. The benefit is how to give smarter. In experiments, this phrase dramatically increases interest in learning more. It creates curiosity for a longer explanation. The explanation then describes benefits in simple, helpful terms. This person is an advisor. She's a guide. She's like a personal shopper. Next, it touches on a deeper level of benefit. She helps provide meaning beyond just consuming more stuff. Then things get really interesting. The fundraiser starts to play that role for the listener. This is powerful. Whenever the listener plays along, it provides free practice at donor mentoring. The fundraiser is guiding with appreciative inquiry. She is engaging in Socratic fundraising. She may even hear a life story that connects strongly with a project at her own charity. By her conversation, she is, in fact, fundraising. Challenging the new identity. But what if the listener challenges this new identity? For example, challenge. So, you're a fundraiser. You ask people for money. Response. Sometimes it depends on the donor's goals. I'm just there to bring them ideas. Sometimes that means a gift. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes that means a gift to another charity. It's mostly about thinking creatively to build interesting options. This deflects the challenge by 1. Partially confirming. Sometimes 2. Addressing the aversive stereotype of a fundraiser as a pushy money getter. It depends on the donor's goals. 3. Restating the donor benefit. I'm just there to bring them ideas. The rest repeats the same points in more detail. The benefit description, ideas or creative options, encourages asking for examples. That opens another door for donor guidance. Let me share a story. Sharing an example of a creative gift can lead to donor mentoring. In experiments, reading a heroically framed donor story changes attitudes about giving. This is especially true whenever listeners feel that the donor in the story is like them. When asked for an example of a creative option, a response might sound like this. I worked with one donor who is about your age. You actually remind me of her, maybe because you both work in finances. Listener is like the donor. In talking with her, I learned that she wouldn't have been able to go to college without help from her late grandmother. Guiding Sage elicits life story. I also learned that she wanted to give others that same chance at an education. Guiding Sage elicits goal. I shared the idea of creating a permanent endowed scholarship. It would be dedicated for women studying financial planning, and it would be named in honor of her grandmother. Guiding Sage provides creative option connecting with life story. She loved the idea. Donor hero affirms value. But the $250,000 minimum cost was too much for her. Donor hero experiences conflict. So I suggested that she create a virtual endowment. She donates the $12,000 annual payout for students now, but she also added a gift in her will that funds the full endowment principal. That way, the scholarship named for her grandmother starts right away, and it's still a permanent fund. Guiding Sage provides creative option. I love to see how she connects with these young women now. Their lives have been changed because of her giving, and I think they have a special place in her heart because of her own journey. Donor hero experiences victory. Notice how this example tells a story. It includes backstory, goal, conflict, victory, and resolution. In it, the fundraiser serves as the donor hero's guiding sage. The fundraiser provides value. The fundraiser suggests creative ideas. The fundraiser provides flexible solutions. The story describes the fundraiser's job, but it also begins a donor mentoring process. The listener identifies with the donor in the story. The listener hears of a gift connecting with the donor's life story, family, career, and values. The listener learns 6 novel gift concepts. 1. Virtual. 2. Permanent. 3. Named. 4. Scholarship. 5. Honoring a loved one. 6. For students in the donor's field. The listener discovers the value provided by this skilled guiding sage. One story, many applications. The underlying story is primal. The fundraiser is a guiding sage. She helps to advance the donor along the hero's journey. But this primal role is introduced gently. The fundraiser's job description leads with donor benefit. The fundraiser provides a valuable service to the donor. This idea is shared through simple words and stories. There are, of course, many variations of this core concept. It's not about one magical description. It's not about one magical title. It's about translating the fundraiser's archetypal monomyth role in simple terms of donor benefit. That translation can be expressed in many creative ways, but the underlying story stays the same. Conclusion. This new story role works. The fundraiser serves as the donor hero's advisor, sage, and guide. The fundraiser helps the donor. Introducing this new role may require sidestepping the stigma of the old role. It may require new descriptions. It may require new conversations. But when this new role is translated into simple, practical terms, it is powerful. It is attractive for donors. It can be inspirational for fundraisers. It can lead to gifts that are transformational for charities and for donors. But with this power comes temptation. Chapter 10. Fundraiser as Sage or Jester. The Counterfeit Guide. The Guiding Sage. The hero's journey is a universal story. In that universal story, the guiding sage plays a powerful archetypal role. This role can direct the fundraiser's work. The fundraiser makes the call to adventure. She challenges the donor to heroism. She helps along each step of the journey. She introduces the hero to friends and allies that help. She provides magical weapons that help. She helps the donor start the hero's journey. She helps the donor finish the hero's journey. The fundraiser advances the donor's hero story. When the fundraiser fulfills this role, it can be powerful for donors too. It can satisfy a core need for the donor. It can result in deep, meaningful donor experiences. It can generate transformational gifts. It works. It works, but it's hard. Fulfilling this role requires effort. It requires expertise. It requires authentic concern. It demands perseverance throughout the donor's journey. The guiding sage role isn't just a deceptive veneer. To work, it must be real. Donors are attracted to this helpful, knowledgeable character, but this attraction creates the temptation for phony imitation. Appearing helpful is easy. Actually helping is hard. The counterfeit mentor. The guiding sage is an archetypal character, but like other archetypal characters, it has a shadow. This is a similar but inverted character. The shadow character for the sage is the jester. The jester is highly social and likes personal freedom. Like the guiding sage, the jester is also good at talking. But the jester has no substance. The jester provides no real expertise. Like the guiding sage, the jester relates well to others. But for the jester, these relations are short and shallow. The jester quits at the punchline. These character differences apply to fundraising. Differences in characters parallel differences in practice. These differences include 1. The guiding sage offers expertise. The jester doesn't know. 2. The guiding sage finishes the journey. The jester quits at the punchline. 3. The guiding sage focuses on the future. The jester lives for today. These two characters reflect two competing identities for the fundraiser. They symbolize two competing approaches to fundraising. 1. The guiding sage offers expertise. The jester doesn't know. The guiding sage delivers real value to donors. This means offering expertise for the donor's journey. The guiding sage should know organizational possibilities, gift possibilities, and financial possibilities. This practical knowledge is useful, but it becomes powerful when combined with relationship. The guiding sage knows the donor. She knows the donor's values and goals. She knows the donor's origin story. She understands the donor's journey. This fusion of practical and personal knowledge works. It creates real value for the donor. Organizational possibilities. The guiding sage knows what the charity can deliver. She knows how to match this with the donor's journey. Sometimes she can push the charity. She can maneuver through bureaucratic barriers. She can help the charity deliver more value to the donor. This might mean tracking and reporting gift impact, developing motivational gift structures, creating compelling donor experiences, delivering donor gratitude, or providing donor recognition and publicity. These can help advance the donor hero's journey. But creating them requires organizational expertise. It requires a knowledgeable insider who acts as the donor's advocate. It requires a sage. It requires a true mentor. Gift possibilities. The guiding sage understands gift structures. She knows about endowment gifts, virtual endowment gifts, memorial gifts honoring a family member, gifts in wills, gifts in kind, restricted gifts, asset gifts, and other options. The guiding sage not only knows the options, she also knows how to present them in a clear and compelling way. She knows when donor circumstances make each option relevant. She knows how to match each with the donor's journey. Financial possibilities. The guiding sage knows charitable financial planning. She knows how to match options with donor goals and circumstances. In the U.S., this financial knowledge can deliver massive benefit to the donor. This isn't just for major and complex gifts. Suppose a donor wants to give only $1,000. For non-itemizers, using qualified charitable IRA distributions or gift bunching could save over $500. Making the gift as appreciated assets could save another $371. Or suppose a donor wants to leave $1,000 in a will. Using an IRA designation instead works better. It could save the donor's heirs over $500. This works even for the smallest estates. Financial knowledge creates tangible donor benefit. It means actual dollars for the donors. But many fundraisers don't know even these basic concepts. Many don't care to learn. Let me be offensive. If a fundraiser isn't willing to spend 10 to 15 minutes a day to learn financial options in charitable planning, then she is not a sage. She is a jester, and she always will be. The information is free. I personally made sure of that. My charitable planning textbook is free. My 10 to 15-minute animated videos are free. The fundraiser can choose to do the work. She can choose to provide real value. She can choose to help the donor. But helping the donor isn't limited to finances. The expert fundraiser can help the donor along the hero's journey in many ways. 2. The guiding sage finishes the journey. The jester quits at the punchline. Delivering the donor hero's journey. In the donor's hero story, the ask is the call to adventure. It promises the hope of victory. It promises a hero's journey. Delivering the hero's journey is about what happens after the gift. Was a gift part of a heroic process for the donor? That depends. 1. Did the organization confirm the heroism of making the gift? Was there recognition of the gift? Was there gratitude for the gift? Was this expressed by the organization? Was it voiced by the beneficiaries? Was it confirmed by publicity of the gift? 2. Did the organization confirm the heroism of the usage of the gift? Was the use reported back to the donor? Was it described in a simple, tangible, visual way? 3. Did the organization confirm the heroism of the resulting impact of the gift? Was there recognition of the impact? Was there gratitude for the impact? Was this expressed by the organization? Was it voiced by beneficiaries? Was it confirmed by publicity of the impact? These steps advance the donor hero's journey, but they are hard work. Both the guiding sage and the jester make the ask. But the counterfeit mentor then abandons the hero. The jester quits at the punchline. The jester quits at the punchline. This donor abandonment is common. The donor is promised a heroic journey at the ask. Then the donor is abandoned. Later, the donor is promised a heroic journey at the next ask. Then the donor is abandoned again. The journey itself is rarely delivered. There is no confirmation of the heroism of the making of the gift, the usage of the gift, or the resulting impact of the gift. What happens? Donors leave. A 2018 U.S. study reported the giving behavior of 11 million donors. About 80% of first-time donors gave nothing to the charity in the following year. If 80% of people who try our product won't buy it again, we have a problem. Clearly, the experience wasn't what donors wanted. What happened at the ask worked. They gave. What happened after the ask didn't work. They didn't do it again. The jester quits at the ask, but the guiding sage finishes the journey. When fundraisers become wise mentors, things change. They don't just promise to advance the donor's hero story, they deliver on that promise. They don't abandon donors in the middle of the story, and, in turn, they are not abandoned by donors at the next call to adventure. 3. The guiding sage focuses on the future. The jester lives for today. The effective guiding sage can deliver deeply satisfying experiences for donors. These can lead to transformational gifts for the charity. But this process is not instant. It takes time. Along the way, there will be temptations to violate the role. These violations might seem like easy ways to grab the cash. But breaking character ends the guiding sage role. Taking the longer view works better over time. This approach shows up in many examples. Encouraging gifts of assets. Cash is easy. Assets are complicated. Cash is instant. Assets take time and work. Administrators want cash, not assets. But asset gifts deliver tangible benefit to donors. They're cheaper for donors. The guiding sage delivers value. She encourages gifts of assets. This frustrates administrators' desire for instant gratification, but it serves the charity's future by serving the donor. Over the long term, delivering value to donors in this way works. Research shows it results in much greater giving to the organization. Encouraging restricted gifts. Unrestricted gifts are easy. Gift restrictions are complicated. Unrestricted dollars are instant. Restricted dollars take time and work. Administrators want unrestricted cash, not restricted gifts. But gifts with instructions are often more compelling for donors. They are often better at advancing the donor's hero story. The guiding sage frustrates administrators' desire for instant gratification, but she serves the charity's future by serving the donor. Delivering value to donors in this way works. Research shows it results in greater giving to the organization. Delivering donor gratitude, impact reporting, and publicity. Taking a gift is easy. Delivering donor gratitude is hard. So is gift impact reporting. So is delivering compatible publicity. But these efforts are critical to the donor's experience. They advance the donor's hero story. Delivering value to donors in this way works. Research shows it results in greater giving to the charity. The guiding sage serves the charity's future by serving the donor. Advising against interest. Telling donors to do what helps you is easy. Telling donors to do what helps them is hard. Charity administrators won't understand advising a donor to make a gift later, smaller, to a different organization, from a complicated asset, through a donor-advised fund, with more restrictions or with income benefits. But this works. It establishes trust and credibility. It shows that the fundraiser is not just trying to grab fast cash. She is helping. She is a true guiding sage. This approach of advising against interest isn't just a fundraising technique. It works in all types of sales. This is especially true with stigmatized salespeople. Over the long term, delivering value to donors in this way works. Research shows it results in much greater giving to the organization. Again, the guiding sage serves the charity's future by serving the donor. Planting the seed or eating it. These moments of conflict provide a choice. Pursue instant gratification or invest in the long-term relationship with the donor. Building trust as an authentic guiding sage works. It's like planting seeds that will bear plentiful fruit in the future. Breaking that character for fast cash is like eating those seeds today. The guiding sage's long view secures the organization's future. It also serves the donor, but it isn't easy. There will always be the temptation to give up the true guiding sage role. Reverting to the jester is tempting. The jester is easier. The jester doesn't need to develop expertise. The jester quits at the punchline. The jester lives for today. Organizational conflict. Unfortunately, some nonprofits encourage the jester's live for today attitude. Some managers don't understand the long-term benefits of helping donors. Some aren't staying long enough to care. Ultimately, this live for today attitude doesn't work. It doesn't work for donors, it doesn't work for nonprofits, and it doesn't work for fundraisers. In a national study of fundraisers, quote, 36% of respondents said they left their last job to get away from the old school fundraising culture of we have to have the money now, close quote. The attraction of playing the live for today jester wears off quickly. It doesn't offer the depth of a meaningful, enduring, satisfying role. Conclusion. The authentic guiding sage is a powerful role. It works. But fulfilling this role isn't easy. Providing real value to the donor is hard work. It requires developing expertise. It requires effort beyond just asking for money. It requires building relationships of trust and value over the long term. Chapter 11. The Epic Fundraiser as Translator, Selling to the Internal Organization. Hero Story. In the universal hero story, a guiding sage helps the hero. The sage challenges the hero to begin the journey, introduces the hero to friends and allies along the way, and delivers magical instruments that help the hero finish the journey. The effective fundraiser is the donor's guiding sage. She advances the donor's hero story. In fundraising, this character is powerful and effective. It works. But there's a problem. The problem is not with the fundraiser, the donor, or even the public. The problem is within the organization itself. Hero story conflict. The universal hero story is hardwired into our psyches. It's deeply attractive, but not just for donors. It's also attractive for those who operate the nonprofit. But this hero story is different. This hero story is the administrator hero story. In this story, the people who run the nonprofit are the only heroes. Donors appear only for a moment. They enter, they express gratitude for the administrator's heroic work by donating, they exit. Fundraising isn't advancing the donor's hero story. Fundraising is asking for money by asserting the administrator's heroism. This worldview has no place for the donor hero. It has no place for the guiding sage fundraiser. The stories are in conflict. The guiding sage provides value to the donor. But this makes no sense in the administrator hero story. The only purpose of the donor is to provide value to the administrators. The guiding sage matches donor desires with specific organizational projects. But this makes no sense in the administrator hero story. The administrators are the experts. They know where the money could be best used. The guiding sage pairs donor preferences with ideal gift structures. But this makes no sense in the administrator hero story. The administrators can do more with unrestricted cash. Anything else is just a hindrance. The guiding sage encourages gifts of assets. But this makes no sense in the administrator hero story. Assets create delay and administrative hassle. The guiding sage builds long-term trust by sometimes advising against interest. But this makes no sense in the administrator hero story. The job of the fundraiser is always to get more cash now. The guiding sage advances the donor's hero story after the gift. But this makes no sense in the administrator hero story. The donor's only part in that story begins and ends at the gift. The guiding sage advances the donor's hero story by providing gratitude after the gift. But this makes no sense in the administrator hero story. The donor's gift is an expression of gratitude to the administrators for their heroic work. The guiding sage advances the donor's hero story by providing impact reporting of the donor's gift. But this makes no sense in the administrator hero story. The only impact that matters in that story is the organization's impact, not the donor's impact. The guiding sage advances the donor's hero story by providing compatible publicity of the donor's gift. But this makes no sense in the administrator hero story. The only story that matters is the story of the administrator's heroic work. The guiding sage helps the donor. But this makes no sense in the administrator hero story. The only purpose of the donor is to help the administrators. Stuck in the middle with you. The administrator hero story motivates charity insiders. The donor hero story motivates major donors. The organization needs both hero stories, but the stories are incompatible. Stuck in the middle is the fundraiser. The fundraiser works for administrators, living the administrator hero story. But the job is to raise money from donors motivated by their own hero story. Stuck in the middle, what can the fundraiser do? She can, of course, take the easy approach. She can feed the administrator hero story back to the administrators and out to the donors. She will receive easy approval of her copy. She can show effort, activity, and professionalism despite weak results. But what about the fundraiser who wants to do more? The goal is not to eliminate the administrator hero story. The goal is to manage the rival hero stories. Empathy. This begins with empathy. It begins with understanding. Charity administrators will tend to behave in unhelpful ways. Their hero story causes them to misperceive donor motives. It causes them to misunderstand fundraising. This can lead to bad messaging and bad management. They aren't stupid. They aren't bad people. They're just displaying the unfortunate side effects of an otherwise valuable and necessary occupational narrative. Understanding this is a start, but understanding doesn't require submission. You can still push for an internal culture of philanthropy. Administrators can become more donor-friendly. As Margaret Holman and Lucy Sargent write, quote, "Major gift fundraising is the culmination of a collective effort across the organization to create a major donor-friendly culture within your charity." Organizations can do this. They can embrace delivering value to the donor as a core competency. When that doesn't work, take another approach. Translate. Translation. If the donors all spoke Spanish and the charity administrators all spoke Russian, we would have to translate. These groups may not speak different languages, but they do speak different stories. Nonprofit managers speak administrator hero story. Major donors speak donor hero story. The fundraiser lives in both worlds. The fundraiser needs to speak both languages. The fundraiser must translate. It's how you get what you want. Let's start with the gift. Administrators want immediate, unrestricted cash. They want a lot of it. They want it yesterday. This gift perfectly matches the administrator hero story. The administrator makes all the decisions. He is the ruler, the expert, and the hero. The donor honors his efficiency, expertise, and heroism by humbly laying cash at his feet. The donor gives because the administrator deserves it. So, how can we translate? How can we get charity administrators to embrace other gift types? We explain how it gets them what they want. We might explain, you dislike restricted gifts, but restricted gifts sell better. And didn't you already want to spend money on this project? So what difference does it make to you? Restricting to something you planned to buy anyway is as good as unrestricted. You get what you want. Or maybe the money is restricted to scholarships. When it's spent to pay for tuition, what does it become? Unrestricted revenue. You get what you want. Or you dislike asset gifts because they're a hassle, but you want more money. Donors can give you more at the same cost. Asset gifts avoid more taxes. You get what you want. More importantly, it changes the donor mindset. Giving from wealth is different. The reference point is no longer just disposable income. Gifts can become dramatically larger. Later contributions rise dramatically. A national study of nonprofit tax returns proves it. You get what you want. Or, you dislike estate gifts because you have to wait. But these gifts are massive compared with annual gifts. You get what you want, eventually. More importantly, it changes the donor mindset. When donors give from wealth, not disposable income, things change. Gifts can become dramatically larger. Annual contributions increase over 75% following addition of charity to an estate plan. This increase is sustained even 2, 4, 6, or 8 years later. You get what you want. Administrators may dislike spending to provide a compelling donor experience. They may not want to deliver donor recognition or gratitude. They may not want to track individual gift impact. But this can all be translated. It can increase future giving. It can be a solid investment to get more cash. It's a way for the charity administrator to get what he wants. As the father of economics, Adam Smith, explained in 1776, quote, "It is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer, or the baker that we expect our dinner, but from their regard to their own interest. We address ourselves not to their humanity, but to their self-love, and never talk to them of our own necessities, but of their advantages." Close quote. We translate for administrators. We do this not by showing how it delivers more value to the donors. We do this by showing how it gets them what they want. Otherwise, we'll lose to the competition. Ultimately, fundraising lives in a world of choice. The administrator delivers value to the donor. He does this not because he wants to, but because he must. Otherwise, the donor won't give. Or, more likely, he'll give to a competitor. We often want leadership to support budget increases for fundraising and marketing. What metrics work best for this? One study researched this at over 200 charities. The most influential metric was comparisons with other charities. Administrators understand competition. What focuses them on delivering compelling donor experiences? Seeing their competition doing it better. Seeing that they are losing. Want charity administrators to accept the hassle of asset gifts? Don't just tell them these can save donors 30% compared with cash. Show them a competitor who is getting more of these gifts. To find examples, look at other charities' IRS Form 990's Schedule M. Suppose a donor wants specific instructions for a scholarship fund. Don't just explain how this will deliver a compelling donor experience. Instead, show a community foundation that will accept these instructions. Point out how these competitors won't limit the scholarship just to your school. Competition can motivate, but the real motivation starts by recognizing the real competition. It's probably not who you think it is. The ultimate competitor. The ultimate competitor for major gifts is not the nonprofit down the street. It's not another charity representing your cause. It's always and only one organization. It's the Private Family Foundation. They're named for and controlled by the donor and the donor's family. They follow the donor's detailed instructions forever. For donors who can afford them, private family foundations are your biggest rival. Nonprofit managers and fundraisers often miss this. They remain blithely unaware of their real competition. Much has been written about the coming intergenerational wealth transfer, and it will include massive gifts to nonprofits, but probably not to your nonprofit. Why? Because over 2/3 of charitable bequest money goes to private foundations. Your competition is kicking your butt. This isn't just about estate giving. Private foundations receive nearly 1/3 of all current donations from the wealthiest donors. This trend is increasing. Charitable giving remains flat at about 2% of GDP, but private foundation wealth has been growing at more than double the rate of GDP. Donor-advised funds are growing even faster. They now constitute 6 of the 10 largest fundraising organizations in the U.S. This shows how donors respond to receiving more control. They give. But it can also reframe administrator views. Charity administrators do not prefer donor control, but they do understand competition. Understanding the real competition changes the game. It's not about whether the donor or the administrator controls the donor's money. It's about which organization will win the donor-controlled money. the guiding sage in the middle. The fundraiser may not be in control of the organization. She may be stuck in the middle between two rival worldviews, but she can still be effective. She can advocate for the donor. She can translate the donor's quest into the language of the administrator. She has the expertise to advance the donor's heroic journey. She can be the guiding sage for the donor. She can do this both outside and inside the organization. Sometimes the organization's structure can help. The next chapter looks at this. Chapter 12, Organizational Solutions to Fundraising with Rival Hero Stories. Story conflict. Advance the donor's hero story. In major gifts fundraising, this works. It works for the donor is the hero. It works for the fundraiser is the guiding sage. But a nonprofit is not just a fundraising organization. It's also an operational organization. It might be a hospital, a university, or a museum. It might deliver healthcare, research, or education. For this operations side, the donor hero story does not work. In the donor hero story, charity administrators are minions. They merely scamper about doing the heroic donor's bidding. Whatever happens results from the donor's decisions, not the administrator's. The administrator's role is only to dutifully obey donor orders. Embracing the donor hero story inspires fundraising, but it doesn't inspire charity insiders. What works for this group is the administrator hero story. The employees heroically battle against a villain. They fight disease, ignorance, or suffering. They face obstacles, conquer enemies, and gain victories. This hero story is powerful. It's what attracted them to the job in the first place. It provides significance in their daily work. It keeps them from leaving to make more money elsewhere. It works. This story conflict is simple. The most compelling hero story is our own. Dr. Olivia Ethmau writes, quote, "We are the heroes of our own story. That much is undeniable. We can be skeptical about assigning the label of hero or heroine to ourselves. Most of us are. We may even have a deep resistance to it. But heroism is in our blood." Close quote. Each story is important for each group, but the stories conflict. Culture conflict. The conflict goes beyond stories. Effective fundraising culture isn't just different from the rest of the nonprofit. In many ways, it's the opposite. Penelope Burke writes, quote, "The nonprofit sector is exactly what its name suggests, a sector constituted to not make a profit. But inside hundreds of thousands of organizations that have been granted this status are bustling profit centers called development or fundraising departments. They are charged with the opposite responsibility, to make as much profit as possible." Close quote. Alan Clayton explains, quote, "The fundraiser has to be a truly awesome person, because what in effect they are doing is running a private sector culture business inside an academic, medical, or public sector culture organization. This culture difference goes beyond profit. The operations side is about analytical complexity, shared governance, and risk management. A slow, careful, bureaucratic culture works for operations, but it is death for fundraising. Fundraising is about dreams and possibilities. It's about individual impact and compelling story. Fundraising is an ambitious, achiever, emotion-centered operation, but it functions inside of a risk-averse, planner, analytics-centered entity. The conflict is real. So, how can we resolve it? Power structures. One approach to conflict is the zero-sum game. Whatever one side wins, the other side loses. The question is simple: who's in charge? Different structures give donors different levels of control. 1. Donor has complete control of organization. Example: donor creates a private family foundation. 2. Donor has limited control of organization. Example: donor is a board trustee. 3. Donor has complete control of his gift. Example: nonprofit accepts a broad range of donor-created gift restrictions. 4. Donor has limited control of his gift. Example: nonprofit allows only a few pre-approved gift restrictions. 5. Donor has no control of his gift other than not giving. Example: nonprofit accepts only unrestricted gifts. 6. Taxpayer. Example: government forces unrestricted contributions. Administrators prefer the scenarios with the higher numbers on this list. They want to make all decisions. Number 5. Donors are supposed to give and then go away. Even better is if government grants, number 6, remove the need for donors altogether. However, major donors prefer the other scenarios. They like control too. So, what's the right structure? Answer 1. The administrator wins. Many charities are wholly devoted to the administrator hero story. The donor hero story is banned. Commonly, these nonprofits focus on high-volume, small gifts. This works for 2 reasons. First, the administrator hero story can motivate giving. It can motivate small, pat-on-the-head gifts. These show approval for what those people are doing. They reflect feelings of, "Isn't that nice for you?" Second, this fundraising advances the administrator hero story. A mass appeal can tell the administrator hero story to thousands. It might produce few gifts, but it's emotionally satisfying for the nonprofit leaders. Alas, such nonprofits usually do poorly in major gifts. The resistance to donor control is too great. The idea of delivering value to donors is too foreign. Focusing on the donor's experience and the donor's impact just doesn't fit. So, the administrators win. They control the story. They control the organization. They just never get the resources to make much impact. Answer 2. The donor becomes the administrator. When does the administrator hero story work for donors? When the donor becomes an administrator. For the board trustee donor, the 2 hero stories merge. The donor becomes a leader. The nonprofit becomes his responsibility. Its success reflects his success. The nonprofit's impact becomes the donor's impact. The donor identifies with the organization. Board membership can help in other ways. It can build a community of major donors. This provides socially relevant examples of others giving. It provides a socially relevant audience for the donor's giving. Membership signals resources and shared values. This supports future cooperative ventures among members. Such membership has real financial value. This power sharing with select donors can work, but it's limited. It works only for a few donors. What else works? Answer 3. 2 organizations. At first, the private family foundation seems entirely one-sided. The donor has all the power. He gets all of the honor. He's the only hero. But it's part of a larger ecosystem. The foundation makes grants to operating charities. This system allows both hero stories. For the operating charity, grants are all about the administrator hero story. The nonprofit delivers some heroic outcome. They find foundations wanting to fund that outcome. They analytically prove their efficiency. They beat out the competitors. They get the money, quote, because the organization deserves it, close quote. Grant seeking fits the administrator hero story. For the donor, grants are all about the donor's hero story. The donor gives to a donor-created, donor-controlled, donor-named permanent entity. It funds only donor-selected heroic goals. Nonprofit administrators are minions. They fight for the privilege of doing the donor's bidding. If the administrator doesn't like it, tough. They don't get the grant. This separation is powerful. It encourages both generosity and operational efficiency. It separates the gift-receiving and the operational entities. It allows both hero stories. Answer 4. The Federalist Organization. Be together, not the same. The foundation grantee ecosystem works. But how does this help fundraising nonprofits? They must do both fundraising and operations. A related approach can work. Here, the solution is not external separation of organizations. Instead, it's internal separation of cultures. The answer is the Android slogan, be together, not the same. Internal separation can work. In government, this is federalism. Texas culture is not the same as California culture. Maine is not New York. But each can be part of one nation. The effective nonprofit needs both stories. It needs both cultures. But one side starts with all the power. Every nonprofit is run by insiders. Administrators have the authority. The donor's only power is negative. The donor can walk away. Preserving both cultures starts by protecting fundraising. It must be protected from slow, complex, bureaucratic culture. It must be protected from the administrator hero story. They don't know they don't know. The problem isn't just that administrators don't understand fundraising. The problem is they don't understand that they don't understand fundraising. What do fundraisers report as the biggest fundraising challenge? It is this, quote, my colleagues, boss, others don't understand fundraising and they won't let me do my job, close quote. Alan Clayton calls this being, quote, surrounded by aloof people. A, amateurs with a L, lot, O, of, O, opinions about F, fundraising, close quote. This can be worse for fundraisers in one-person shops. What is their most commonly reported work problem, aside from having too much work to do? It is this, lack of collegial atmosphere. This affects retention. Development directors at small versus large organizations were different. They were 2.5 times more likely to be planning to leave fundraising within 2 years. Let fundraisers run fundraising. Retention can be a problem, but not everyone leaves. So why do fundraisers stay? One study looked at this. It asked fundraisers with no intention to leave why they planned to stay. Of course, belief in the charity's mission was important. Aside from this, the most common reason was, quote, being included as a respected participant in discussions and decision-making on issues affecting fundraising. Giving fundraisers the power to run fundraising works. Such fundraisers don't just stay, they also succeed. Development directors in high-performing organizations were different. They were nearly twice as likely to report having a lot of influence on financial goals. Protecting and respecting the fundraising culture within the organization is key. It affects performance. For example, one research study found, quote, 57% of development directors at high-performing organizations strongly agreed that their organizations valued them for their fund development skills, knowledge, and expertise, compared to 31% of other development directors. The appreciation of fundraising starts at the top. This study of nonprofits found that, quote, executives at high-performing organizations were twice as likely as their peers to say they love asking individuals for donations, close quote. Be together, not the same. Success requires bringing both groups together while protecting each. Jeff Brooks suggests this, quote, publicly define the two cultures. Make it an ongoing conversation. Just knowing that you think differently from someone else and that it's perfectly okay, that's a big step toward reconciliation. In the effective nonprofit, people from each side learn to appreciate the other's work. They learn to focus on common goals, common enemies, and mutual benefit. Start simple. For example, no money equals no mission. Getting money that advances some part of the mission is a good thing. Have a common goal. Getting more donor money requires delivering more value to donors. It requires a compelling donor experience. Delivering this takes everyone working together. Have a common enemy. Private foundations, funds, and trusts win the lion's share of major donations. They give donors control and benefits. Don't just fight over how much control donors will get. Focus on beating the competition. Focus on getting the donor-controlled money to come to your organization. Neither side may get everything it wants. Protecting these opposite, contradictory cultures isn't easy. It requires understanding and mutual respect, but making room for both cultures works. The effective nonprofit supports the mission and fundraising. Chapter 13, The Perfect Fundraising Ask. Advice from Obi-Wan, Gandalf, and Morpheus. Universal challenge. The hero's journey is universal. The same monomyth elements are found in stories across human cultures, lands, and times. This universal journey is launched with a challenge. That challenge is the call to adventure. The prospective hero must choose. Stay in his small, self-focused original world, or go on an adventure to impact the larger world. The journey won't be easy. It requires sacrifice. But there is a hope of victory. Along the way, a guiding sage will help the hero. This sage will introduce the hero to friends, allies, and magical instruments. Ultimately, the hero prevails. He returns victorious, both honored externally and transformed internally. Through the journey, his original identity from his original world becomes a new, enhanced identity. Universal steps: identity, challenge, victory. The hero story progresses through a cycle of identity, links to challenge, links to victory, links back to identity. In the words of Joseph Campbell, quote, "A hero ventures forth from the world of common day," close quote. This original world is the source of the prospective hero's original identity. Continuing the quote, "A hero ventures forth from the world of common day into a region of supernatural wonder," close quote. The decision to venture forth into a new world is the challenge. Continuing the quote, a hero ventures forth from the world of common day into a region of supernatural wonder. Fabulous forces are there encountered, and a decisive victory is won. Accepting the challenge ultimately results in a victory. Finally, quote, the hero comes back from this mysterious adventure with the power to bestow boons on his fellow man, close quote. The hero returns to the source of his original identity, but he also enhances it. He returns with a gift to improve that world. He also returns as a different person. He has become a hero. The victory results in an enhanced identity. Fundraising challenge. In fundraising, advancing the donor's hero story is powerful. It can inspire major transformational gifts. As in every hero story, the journey is launched with a choice. It is launched with a challenge. This call to adventure happens at the fundraising ask. It is a choice to either stay in the small, self-focused, original world of personal consumption or go on a sacrificial adventure to impact the larger world. The heroic fundraising ask will have each story element. The ask will be a heroic challenge. It will require sacrifice. The donor's identity will inspire accepting the challenge. The challenge will promise a victory. The promised victory will protect people or values linked to the donor's identity. The ask will include identity, challenge, and victory. The story cycle ask. The ask itself can verify each link in the story cycle. Link number 1, identity, links to the challenge. Link number 2, victory, links back to identity. And link number 3, challenge, links to victory. It can do this in as few as 3 sentences. 1. Identity links to challenge sentence. You have, here describe a connection with the donor's identity. 2. Victory links to identity sentence. You understand, here describe how the victory would be meaningful to the donor. 3. Challenge links to victory sentence. Would you consider a gift of blank dollars to, here describe the promised victory? This might sound like 1. You have been a friend of this library for over 20 years. Identity links to challenge. 2. You understand how a new regional history collection would preserve our shared heritage. Victory links to identity. 3. Would you consider a gift of $50,000 to lead the campaign to make this a reality? Challenge links to victory. Or 1. You have done so much to improve care for others since your own diagnosis with breast cancer. Identity links to challenge. 2. You understand more than anyone how lives could be changed by offering free early screening. Victory links to identity. 3. Would you consider a gift of $100,000 to help fund next year's screening clinics? Challenge links to victory. Or 1. You have always had such a heart for supporting the arts in our community. Identity links to challenge. You understand how this new exhibition could make a real impact for other art lovers like you and our whole city. Victory links to identity. 3. Would you consider a gift of $50,000 as our lead campaign donor to make this happen? Challenge links to victory. Or 1. You have been such a loyal alumnus of this department since you graduated years ago. Identity links to challenge. 2. You understand how important scholarships are in helping others like you become proud alums of the future. Victory links to identity. 3. Would you consider a gift of $100,000 to fund a permanent named scholarship, giving students the chance for an education? Challenge links to victory. Each ask includes identity, challenge, and victory. Each ask includes the full story cycle. Let's go to the movies. Star Wars, The Hobbit, and The Matrix are all classic Monomyth stories. These were also the highest-grossing movie franchises of their times. In all three, the guiding sage delivers the call to adventure. Each call to adventure follows the model for the compelling fundraising ask. Each includes identity, challenge, and victory. The Star Wars call to adventure. Identity comes from one's life story, people, and values. The call to adventure seen in Star Wars begins with life story, people. Luke, how did my father die? Obi-Wan, a young Jedi named Darth Vader, who was a pupil of mine until he turned to evil, helped the Empire hunt down and destroy the Jedi Knights. He betrayed and murdered your father. Now the Jedi are all but extinct. Vader was seduced by the dark side of the Force. It continues with life story, values. Luke, the Force? Obi-Wan, well, the Force is what gives a Jedi his power. It's an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us and penetrates us. It binds the galaxy together. Luke then hears the challenge. First, from Leah. Leah, I have placed information vital to the survival of the rebellion into the memory systems of this R2 unit. You must see this droid safely delivered to him on Alderaan. This is our most desperate hour. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. And then from Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan, you must learn the ways of the Force if you're to come with me to Alderaan. Luke, Alderaan? I'm not going to Alderaan. I've got to go home. It's late. I'm in for it as it is. Obi-Wan, I need your help, Luke. She needs your help. The call to adventure starts with Luke's original identity, in this case, the life story of his father. It references the values from that life story. The promised victory, saving the rebellion, links to those people and values. The challenge is immediate and clear. The crisis/opportunity is now. The choice is yes or no. Leave behind the small, self-focused world of farming, or go on an adventure to impact the larger world. The Hobbit call to adventure. Gandalf arrives in town and immediately makes a call to adventure. Bilbo, can I help you? Gandalf, that remains to be seen. I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure. Bilbo, an adventure? No, I don't imagine anyone west of Bree would have much interest in adventures. Nasty, disturbing, uncomfortable things make you late for dinner. Good morning. Gandalf is unfazed by the prospective hero's initial refusal. He responds with a veiled identity reference. Gandalf, to think that I should have lived to be good-morninged by Belladonna Took's son, as if I were selling buttons at the door. Bilbo, beg your pardon? Gandalf, you've changed, and not entirely for the better, Bilbo Baggins. The real call to adventure scene happens later. Gandalf brings a large audience to Bilbo's house. These are all people committed to taking the same challenge. In front of this audience, Gandalf lays out the challenge with a map, his proposal document. It is a quest with enemies, a treasure, and an epic victory. Bilbo again resists. Gandalf again appeals to Bilbo's identity. Gandalf: I remember a young hobbit who was always running off in search of elves in the woods, who would stay out late, come home after dark, trailing mud and twigs and fireflies. A young hobbit who would have liked nothing better than to find out what was beyond the borders of the Shire. The world is not in your books and maps. It's out there. Bilbo Baggins: I can't just go running off into the blue. I am a Baggins of Bag End. Gandalf: You are also a Took. Did you know that your great-great-great-great-uncle, Bullroarer Took, was so large he could ride a real horse? Bilbo Baggins: Yes. Gandalf: Yes, well, he could. In the Battle of Green Fields, he charged the goblin ranks. He swung his club so hard it knocked the Goblin King's head clean off. The challenge is clear. Leave behind the small, self-focused world of the Shire. Go on an adventure to impact the larger world. It is urgent. The dialogue includes, quote, Owen has read the portents, and the portents say it is time, close quote. It is a stark yes or no decision. Gandalf's presentation even ends with a formal contract to sign. Gandalf highlights the people, values, and life story elements that support the challenge. This includes Bilbo's life story, his youth and ancestors. It includes an immediate audience of others who have committed to take this same challenge. The Matrix Call to Adventure. Perhaps the most famous decision scene comes from The Matrix. The guiding sage Morpheus says, quote, This is your last chance. After this, there is no going back. You take the blue pill and the story ends. You wake in your bed and you believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill and you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. The challenge is clear. Leave behind your ordinary world. Go on an adventure down the rabbit hole. It is urgent. This is your last chance. It is a stark yes or no decision. But immediately before this challenge, Morpheus focuses on Neo's identity and life story. He says, quote, Let me tell you why you are here. You have come because you know something. What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your whole life. Felt that something is wrong with the world. You are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, kept inside a prison that you cannot smell, taste, or touch. A prison for your mind, close quote. In each scene, the choice is not a matter of statistically analyzing pros and cons. It is a matter of identity. The guiding sage points to the character's heroic identity. He shows the identity elements, life story, people, and values that support taking the challenge. He shows you are the kind of person who accepts a challenge like this. The epic fundraising challenge. In these stories, the guiding sage presents a heroic challenge. It requires sacrifice. There is no just a little bit option. It is a stark yes or no decision. The challenge is also a decision with a deadline. There is no maybe someday option. The threat or opportunity forces a choice. The challenge connects to the hero's identity. He is the kind of person who accepts challenges like this. It promises a personally meaningful victory. The call to adventure links identity, challenge, and victory. The compelling fundraising ask does the same. Heroic amount. So how does story impact basic fundraising decisions? In fundraising, a stark choice requires asking for a specific amount. This is a yes or no decision. But how much? A heroic donation is a sacrificial gift. It protects the donor's people or values. It protects them in a crisis, threat, or opportunity. To make a meaningful story, the gift must be sacrificial. It must be a stretch gift. What is this number? Some charities have the research to estimate donor capacity. When the estimate is correct, the right number is simple. It's 100% of capacity. All hero stories require 100% of the hero's capacity. But what if we have no idea? We could guess. A major gift is typically 10 to 25 times regular annual giving. Or we might first share stories of others' gifts. A reaction to these amounts might hint at what is possible. Why not just leave it open? Why not just say, give what you can, anything helps? This isn't a heroic challenge. It's not a call to adventure. It's begging. It's a call to convenience. It's a mundane choice in a mundane story. Heroic audience. The guiding sage can make the call to adventure alone. But, as in The Hobbit, it can help to have the right audience. Gandalf makes the final request at a dinner. The guests have already accepted the challenge. They discuss why they have joined the adventure. This can work in fundraising too. Peers or aspirational peers who have already pledged make a great audience. As in The Hobbit, they can share why they have accepted the challenge. They show a model of the kind of person who accepts challenges like this. But what they do not do is make the ask. During the ask itself, the audience role is to be present and be silent. As Holly Million explains, quote, "At this time, the board member should pretend to be deer caught in headlights. No motion, no comments. The temptation will be great to break the silence and reduce the awkwardness, but everyone needs to shut up." Close quote. Coordinating this silence is important. Thus, quote, "not having prearranged signals between solicitation members," close quote, can be a key roadblock to a successful ask. But why shouldn't the fellow donor make the ask? Because this is the role of the guiding sage. This is the role of the fundraiser. Doing this well requires experience and expertise. Also, getting a no can be stressful and disappointing. Only the guiding sage understands that an initial no is often part of the process. Conclusion. The one big thing in fundraising is to advance the donor's hero story. That story requires the fundraising ask. It requires a call to adventure. The elements of the effective call to adventure are the elements of the effective ask. The ideal challenge connects back to past identity. It promises a future victory. The promised victory results in enhanced identity. It helps private meaning or public reputation. The ideal challenge comes from the hero's guiding sage. Who is this guiding sage who challenges with the heroic choice? It is Obi-Wan, Morpheus, Gandalf, and you. Chapter 14. Confirming Donor Heroism with Gratitude. The Return of the Hero. Quote, "In myths, the hero is the one who conquers the dragon, not the one who is devoured by it." Carl Jung. Monomyth resolution. In the universal hero story, the hero wins. The dragon is slain, the victory is won. But the story doesn't end there. One step remains. The hero returns. Joseph Campbell writes, quote, "The adventurer still must return with his life-transmitting trophy. The full round, the norm of the monomyth, requires the hero should now begin the labor of bringing the ruins of wisdom, the golden fleece, or his sleeping princess back into the kingdom of humanity, where the boon may redound to the renewing of the community." Close quote. The story started in the hero's ordinary world. This shows his backstory. It shows his people and values. These are his sources of identity. The story ends in the same world. The hero returns. But he returns as a different person. He started as a seemingly ordinary person in his ordinary world. He returns as a hero. He is 1, meaningfully victorious, and 2, personally transformed. The final step in the hero story confirms this heroic status. It confirms his new identity. In the narrative arc, this is the story's resolution. Monomyth resolution. Meaningfully victorious. The hero wins a victory. The final step confirms its meaning. It is meaningful because it benefits the hero's community. It benefits his people and values. It enhances his sources of identity. This confirmation can be internal. The hero can observe the impact of his victory. He can see the transformation to his original world. This confirmation can also be external. Public acclaim for the victory confirms its meaningfulness. Gratitude affirms its impact. Monomyth resolution. Personally transformed. The hero is also personally transformed. He is not the same person he was before. He has grown. His identity has been enhanced. This final step confirms it. This confirmation can be internal. The return to his original world recalls his original self. This old image contrasts with his new one. It contrasts with his now transformed self. This comparison highlights the personal transformation. The confirmation can also be external. The hero is honored. Public admiration confirms his altered identity. Gratitude affirms his heroic transformation. The hero's journey is an identity enhancement process. It progresses through original identity, links to challenge, links to victory, links to enhanced identity. Or simply, identity links to challenge, links to victory, links back to identity. The final step confirms the hero's enhanced identity. It verifies his heroic status. He has become a 1, meaningfully victorious, and 2, personally transformed hero. Monomyth resolution. Let's go to the movies. This isn't just academic theory. The highest grossing movie franchises are hero stories. The final scene often provides this resolution. It confirms the hero's enhanced identity. This occurs in the original Star Wars film. The ending scene is one of public gratitude and honor. The heroes receive medals at a formal ceremony. Hundreds stand at attention. This also occurs in the final Lord of the Rings film. The ending scene is nearly identical. A massive audience bows to the heroes at a formal ceremony. Their transformation into heroes is publicly confirmed. In The Hobbit, the final scene is different. Here, the confirmation is private. Bilbo returns to his home and grows old. Then he reflects on the memories of the adventure. He has been changed. He holds the ring, the spoils of victory. He has been victorious. By holding the ring, he protects the community. The victory is meaningful. It ends with the arrival of guiding sage Gandalf. Gandalf can recall and confirm this heroic journey. He can do so now privately. He can also do so for future generations publicly. Wizards live a very long time. Neo returns to the Matrix in the final scene. This is the original world where the film began. But now he is transformed. He has previously unimagined powers. These were won in his journey. This trophy now becomes a gift. It's a gift to benefit his original world. His closing words confirm it. He tells the defeated villain, quote, "I'm going to show these people what you don't want them to see. I'm going to show them a world where anything is possible." These ending scenes verify the heroic status. The main character returns to the ordinary world, but he returns as a 1. Meaningfully victorious, and 2. Personally transformed hero. Fundraising resolution. Hero stories from both mythic tradition and modern film agree. The last story step confirms the hero's new status. This is the story's resolution. What about fundraising? Personal transformation might seem like a lofty goal for a donation. A meaningful victory that enhances identity might too. But these are just extreme versions of a simple idea. The final step in the donation experience is a confirmation. It confirms the donor's positive identity. It confirms a positive philanthropic identity. This can come from 2 sources. 1, the giving of the gift. The identity message is this: I am a generous, faithful, prosperous, committed member of the community. 2, the impact of the gift. The identity message is this: I am an effective, successful, victorious, valuable member of the community. The confirmation can be internal, observing or being reminded of one's own giving or impact works. It causes, quote, self-signaling. It helps the donor internally confirm a positive identity. Acknowledging the gift can trigger this. So can reporting the gift's impact. The confirmation can also be external. This comes from gratitude and publicity. Gratitude comes from beneficiaries or their representatives. It confirms the donor's positive identity. Effective publicity causes others to confirm this as well. In either case, outsiders confirm the donor's positive identity. Gratitude for the act of giving. An effective thank you can work on 2 levels. First, it can recognize the giving of the gift. It can confirm that the donor accepted the challenge. But great gratitude goes further. It doesn't just acknowledge the gift, it confirms the donor's positive identity resulting from the act of giving. The donor is generous, faithful, and sacrificial. The donor is a committed member of the community. This gratitude can start right away. It can start even before or without any impact. This gratitude is not about impact. It is about the act of giving the gift. Gratitude for the impact of giving. Gratitude can do more. It can also confirm the impact of the gift. But great gratitude goes even further. It confirms the donor's positive identity resulting from the impact of the gift. The donor is effective, successful, and victorious. The donor is a valuable member of the community. Great gratitude can do a lot. It can confirm the full donor hero story. It can confirm the heroic making of the gift. The gift was a sacrificial gift in a crisis. It can also confirm the heroic impact of the gift. The gift protected the donor's people and values. It can confirm the donor's enhanced identity. The donor is a hero. Gratitude. Research. Effective gratitude delivers value to the donor. This encourages the next gift. It also confirms a positive philanthropic identity. This helps too. Confirming this identity changes behavior. Afterward, people's actions will tend to match this identity. This also encourages the next gift. Gratitude encourages the next gift. Research shows this. One study examined 70,441 donations on a charitable crowdfunding platform. It found that a, quote, successful donation result and thank you feedback from fundraisers can significantly decrease donors' attrition rate, close quote. Gratitude also encourages fulfilling a gift pledge. Another experiment found, quote, if expressions of gratitude are then targeted to individuals who select into pledges, reneging can be significantly reduced and contributions significantly increased. Gratitude quality. Research. A thank you can work, but the effects depend on the content of the thank you. One experiment varied this message. Students called donors to a university's fundraising campaign. The script included details on campaign goals and impact. It included a personal thank you. A second version was almost the same, but it had one difference. It added 2 sentences. Quote, you went out of your way to support us, and we want you to know how much we appreciate you. Basically, we think you're great. Close quote. This addition nearly doubled the likelihood of later gifts. The added lines did something special. They specifically confirmed the donor's positive identity. Conclusion. Great gratitude includes gratitude for a gift, accepted challenge. It includes gratitude for an impact, victory. But ultimately, it's not just gratitude for what the donor did, it's gratitude for who the donor is. It's not just transaction gratitude, you did a good thing. It's relationship gratitude, you are a good person. It's gratitude that confirms an enhanced identity. Great gratitude confirms the full donor hero story. It confirms an accepted challenge. It confirms a meaningful victory. It confirms an enhanced identity. It's the resolution step in the donor's hero story. Chapter 15. Donor publicity and donor hesitancy. The hero's initial refusal to return. Monomyth ending. The universal hero story, Monomyth, ends with the hero's return. The hero returns to his original world. This original world confirms his new heroic status. It confirms his new identity. This often happens in an ending scene of public acclaim. For example, the original Star Wars film ends this way. So does the final Lord of the Rings film. So does The Lion King, and Shrek, and Moana, and The Karate Kid, and Rocky, and on and on. Fundraising. Publicity, risk, and reward. In fundraising, publicity can lead to public acclaim. It can lead others to confirm the donor's positive identity. It can even confirm the donor's heroic status. Building the right message can help. So can building the right audience. For example, a community of fellow supporters can be a great audience. They're more likely to appreciate and admire the donor's gift and impact. Good publicity can deliver the ultimate donor experience. But for many donors, it can be scary. It's scary because it can go wrong. Publicity can be risky for the donor's story. The audience may not be supportive. They can reject the positive identity claim. They can dismiss the donor's hero story. They can view the publicity as the motivation for the gift. This makes the gift a self-interested transaction. Such a gift doesn't reflect generosity. It's not sacrificial. It can't be heroic. These challenges can destroy the donor's story. Yet, publicity can be helpful. It can confirm the donor's positive identity. It can confirm the donor's hero story. It can massively increase the value of the donor's experience. But it's also risky. It can lead to rejection. This can be scary for the donor. Delivering this story ending is powerful, but it can come with a barrier. It can require overcoming donor hesitancy. How do we do this? How do we overcome the donor's fears? The answers appear in the monomyth itself. Monomyth, the refusal of the return. In the monomyth, the hero returns. He is now personally transformed and meaningfully victorious. The original world confirms the hero's new status. Often, the hero returns to public acclaim. But the return of the hero isn't simple. In its classic form, it's a sequence of 6 stages. Stage 1 might surprise you. It's 1. The refusal of the return. Why would the hero refuse to return? Because the return can be intimidating. The original world might reject the hero. It might not accept his victory as meaningful. It might not see his transformation as positive or real. The prospect of the return is risky. The original world might reject the hero's enhanced identity. In Jung's work, this enhanced identity is called individuation. One researcher explains, quote, "The loss of the personal individuation that had been achieved is a driving fear for the hero in his return to the known world," close quote. The hero resists returning to the original world. The return subjects him to public scrutiny. It could lead to public acclaim or not. It might instead lead to public dismissal or derision. It's risky. These same risks arise in a donor's fear of publicity. The donor may have had a good experience without publicity. He may have felt an internal identity enhancement. The gift may have been personally meaningful. But once it's made public, others may reject the meaningfulness of the gift. They may reject the identity claim. Publicity risks rejection. It risks, quote, "the loss of the personal individuation that had been achieved," close quote. It risks a negative reframing of the donor's story. It can be scary. Monomyth, reframing the return. The hero initially resists the return. How is this overcome? First, the return is not framed as a way to gain acclamation. Rather, it is a necessary burden for the hero. The return is not an act of selfishness. Instead, it requires overcoming selfishness. One scholar writes, quote, "Possessing the boon is not an end for the hero. It is the beginning of another stage. The boon is a, quote, life-transmitting trophy, So the hero must return home, quote, where the boon may redound to the renewing of his community or the whole world, close quote. Campbell, 2004, page 179. Similar to the refusal of the call, this responsibility is also often refused by the hero as he is too selfish to use the boon for others' good. He does not want to leave the pleasures that this new world offers. Close quote. Joseph Campbell explains the risks of the hero's return. He writes, quote, as dreams that were momentous by night may seem simply silly in the light of day, so the poet and the prophet can discover themselves playing the idiot before a jury of sober eyes. The easy thing is to commit the whole community to the devil and retire again into the heavenly rock dwelling, close the door and make it fast. Close quote. It would be more comfortable never to return. But it wouldn't be heroic. Fundraising, reframing publicity. In the Monomyth, the hero's return results in public acclaim, but it is framed as a sacrifice. A donor conversation can use this same framing. For example, I understand public recognition can be uncomfortable for you, but we found it sets a powerful example that influences others. Allowing us to share your story could inspire other gifts. Think of it like giving a second gift. It could really make a big difference. Another fundraiser suggests, quote, thank you so much for bearing with me. One last thing. Stories of generosity tend to encourage others to be more generous. It would be an honor to publicize your gift to inspire others. Would that be okay? Close quote. Publicity can deliver a powerful experience for the donor, but the motivation shouldn't be framed as selfish. Instead, the motivation is sacrifice. Allowing publicity is another gift from the donor. It's a gift that helps the charity. It's a gift that benefits the donor's people and values. Monomyth, automatic return. In the Monomyth, how does the hero return? One way is Part 2, the magic flight. Here, the hero is forced to return. He's being chased. The temporarily beaten enemy is none too happy. There is no place else to go. The hero must escape back to the original world. Another way is Part 3, rescue from without. Here, the hero's return becomes automatic. He might be given safe and quick passage by those in the new world, or those in the original world may come and get him. Thus, the hero's return is either compulsory, Part 2, the magic flight, or automatic, Part 3, rescue from without. Either through outside force or outside aid, the hero returns. He moves to the next stage, Part 4, the crossing of the return threshold. He returns to the original, real world. Fundraising, automatic publicity. In fundraising, publicity pushes the donor's hero story into the real world. It can be scary, but it's also important. It can dramatically improve the donor's experience. So, overcoming donor hesitancy is important. One way to do this is to make publicity feel automatic. It can feel expected, normal, almost mandatory. Of course, an adamant donor could still opt out. But opting out shouldn't be highlighted, suggested, or even easy. It should trigger resistance. It should lead to conversations. These can be ostensibly to confirm, but also to counsel against opting out. Experiments have tested this. Making publicity mandatory rather than voluntary works. It increases volunteering and donations. Researchers explain, quote, Making the publicity of a pro-social behavior mandatory instead of voluntary makes people more willing to both help and to spread word about the charitable cause, and facilitates a win-win situation among contributors, charity organizations, and their recipients." Close quote. In practice, publicity should be routine and automatic. It should be a normal part of the fundraising process. A donor should never have to ask. Asking for publicity ruins the donor hero story. Even admitting that publicity is a motivation is anti-heroic. Publicity can still be an important part of the story. It just needs to be automatic, not demanded or even requested. Another study found, quote, "When public recognition is saliently imposed, not requested, donation likelihood increases, suggesting that donors' potential concerns about observers' suspicion of their true motives is reduced." Close quote. The monomyth hero often hesitates to return. So too the donor hero may hesitate to bring his story into the open. This donor hesitancy can be overcome. Elements from the monomyth can help. Publicity can be reframed as unselfish and heroic. It can become magically automatic. Monomyth. The ending is vital. The hero story ends with admiration. It ends with a confirmation of heroism. This confirmation isn't just an add-on. It's an essential part of the story. It's even in the definition for hero. Merriam-Webster's definitions for hero include a person admired for achievements and noble qualities, and an object of extreme admiration and devotion. A hero whom no one admires isn't much of a hero. Admiration is important. It's important to the hero story, and it's important to the donor's hero story. Fundraising. The ending is the beginning. In fundraising, donor admiration can come from different sources. It can come from beneficiaries or their representatives. This is gratitude. It can come from other appreciative audiences. This is effective publicity. Gratitude and publicity are a key part of the story. But they're also a key part of the next story. The ending of one donation story is the beginning of the next. Publicity can encourage the next step. This is true whether the next step is the next gift or fulfilling a previous pledge. Fundraiser Ann Melvin explains, quote, "Every time I got a new pledge, I added, after my thank you, can I let other supporters in Wellesley know you'll be supporting the Wellesley Scholarship Foundation? Not only did I get a yes, but I increased my chance of turning the pledge into a gift by letting the pledger know that her gift would be public." Close quote. Gratitude and publicity are the end of the story, and they're the beginning of the next story. Confirming heroism, or at least a positive identity, enhances the donation experience. This encourages the next gift. Keeping the donor starts by finishing the story. Chapter 16. Why Story? The narrative arc in practical fundraising. Monomyth steps. The one big thing in fundraising is always the same. Advance the donor's hero story. The universal hero story, called the monomyth, includes specific steps. The hero, 1, begins in the ordinary world. 2, is faced with a challenge, the call to adventure. 3, rejects, then accepts the call and enters the new world. 4, undergoes ordeals and overcomes an enemy. 5, gains a reward or transformation. And 6, returns to the place of beginning with a gift to improve that world. This hero story progresses through original identity, step 1. Links to challenge, steps 2, 3, and 4. Links to victory, steps 4 and 5. Links to enhanced identity, steps 5 and 6. In 3 words, the monomyth cycle is identity, links to challenge, links to victory, links back to identity. The compelling donor experience will include each step. The compelling fundraising challenge will make each link. Narrative steps. This is a specific story. It has specific steps, but it's just one example of the usual steps in story. All story uses a narrative arc. This typically includes backstory, setting, inciting incident, climax, and resolution. Advancing any story means progressing through this narrative arc. In the donor's hero story, each step has a specific purpose. The backstory connects the donor's original identity with the cause, organization, beneficiaries, or project. The setting prepares the donor for the challenge. It promotes personal and social norms supporting a heroic response. The inciting incident is the challenge. It forces a choice with the promise of victory in response to a crisis, threat, or opportunity. The climax delivers the promised victory. The resolution confirms the donor's enhanced identity resulting from the victory. The donor's hero story is a story. It's a specific application of the narrative arc. Why story? Why is this series so focused on story? It seems like a lot to go through. I mean, that's a lot of steps. Why not just learn the best phrase to make the ask and get on with the asking? Or why not just collect a list of fundraising tips and tricks? There's a reason. Story is powerful. Story is how humans are wired. Story works. Focusing on one phrase or one step is interesting, but these don't work by themselves. They work only as part of a story. What are we doing anyway? What's the difference between good and bad fundraising? That's easy, right? Good fundraising brings in big money. Bad fundraising doesn't. The problem with this definition becomes obvious when we apply it to other jobs. A good football player brings in big money, so does a good lawyer, or a good comedian. Money is a result of being good at these jobs, but it's not a definition for being good at any of them. Why do these top people get big money? Because they provide value. We live in a choice economy, not a command economy. Big money comes by providing big value. Other professions provide value in different ways. What about fundraising? A charity can provide value to many people in many ways, but fundraising provides value to the donor in just one way: identity enhancement. This identity might be internal, private, and transcendent. It might be external, public, and commercial. But identity enhancement is always the ultimate benefit to the donor. Story works for the donor. The right goal is to provide value to the donor. Fundraising provides this value through an enhanced identity. That's the right goal. What's the right process? It starts with story. Story is natural. It's memorable. It's compelling. One study analyzed over 5,000 cancer-related campaigns on GoFundMe. Those using a story metaphor, either a journey or a battle, attracted 15% more donors, and 11% larger donations. Story works. What works even better is deeply embedded, primal, archetypal story. Among these archetypal stories, one is best suited to compel major transformational gifts. It's the hero story. The right process to deliver enhanced identity is this: advance the donor's hero story. When the donor experience delivers this narrative arc, it provides real value. In fundraising, story works to motivate the donor, but it also works for the fundraiser. Story works for the fundraiser. A story works. It doesn't work only for the donor, it also works for the fundraiser. Ask a typical person to explain these steps: identification, cultivation, solicitation, recognition, stewardship. You'll likely get a blank stare. These insider terms aren't natural. They aren't memorable. They aren't intuitive. But people intuitively understand story. We can convert these steps into story. A backstory, identification. Setting, cultivation. Inciting incident, solicitation. Climax, recognition. Resolution, stewardship. The steps may be the same, but now they're made into a story. This helps because we know intuitively when a story works. We also know when it doesn't. Read any novel, watch any movie. You'll be able to answer these questions. Did this backstory and setting make me care about the characters? Did the inciting incident present a compelling choice? Did the resulting journey lead to a successful climax? Did the story end with a satisfying resolution? This intuitive guidance disappears when we instead use technical words. How is your identification and cultivation? How is your solicitation? How is your recognition? How is your stewardship? Now we've lost the intuition of what we're trying to accomplish. These words aren't wrong, but they have little qualitative feeling. This can cause problems. It can lead to a superficial check-the-box approach. It can even lead to skipping steps entirely. Including each step makes the story complete. This also helps appeal to the widest range of donors. Some may be more focused on the victory step, impact on others. Some may be more compelled by the enhanced identity step, a form of personal benefit. In experiments, these two message types appealed to different donors in different circumstances. But a complete story includes both elements. It connects with more donors. Story is memorable. Getting a list of facts, figures, tips, and tactics is great. We can understand. We can nod our heads. But when we get up the next morning, how much do we remember? Humans remember through stories. In memory competitions, people memorize a sheet of random numbers. How do they do this? They do it by converting the numbers into stories. In advance, they connect each two-digit sequence with a person, an action, and an object. That makes every six-digit sequence a unique story image. A page of numbers becomes a journey through these story images. Humans can't remember a page of numbers by itself, but they can remember a set of stories. Ancient humans looked up at an endless array of stars. Their response? Turned these countless dots into story characters. This is Orion the hunter. This is Leo the lion or Taurus the bull. Now they could remember and reference each dot with ease. Character works better than commands. Story is easier to remember. It's also easier to execute. In fundraising, story works better than a list of tips and tactics. This is because character works better than a set of commands. Suppose we told a singer to perform a song as Elvis. Instantly, the singer knows how to sound, how to move, what to wear, and what phrases to say. But what if the singer had never heard of Elvis? How many instructions would this take? A lot. And even then, the performance still wouldn't work as well. Advancing the donor's hero story gives the fundraiser an intuitive character role. The guiding sage challenges the prospective hero with a choice. This is an archetypal character. Your favorite version might be Obi-Wan Kenobi, Minerva McGonagall, Gandalf the Grey, Morpheus, Mr. Miyagi, or someone else. Imagining a character provides better intuitive guidance than a set of rules. It's not just a change in what we are doing, it's a change in who we are being. It's an existential change. Once a fundraiser is being a character, adapting to new situations becomes easier. Is it okay to disappear after making the compelling ask? Obi-Wan Kenobi wouldn't. Should we guide the donor to another specialist advisor? Obi-Wan sent Luke to Yoda. Morpheus sent Neo to the Oracle. We know what actions fit because we know the character. Conclusion. Fundraising isn't about knowing the right term. It's not about passing a quiz. It's about executing in the real world. Execution can involve using specific phrases and asking specific questions. But the questions don't work unless we know where we're going. This is where story becomes powerful. Story makes effective fundraising natural. It makes it memorable. It makes it intuitive. Ultimately, effective fundraising is about delivering value. Story can do that. It not only helps get the big gift, it also helps deliver a donor experience worth that gift. Chapter 17. Story problems with fundraising metrics. You are doing it wrong. Fightin' words. Want to start a fight in a fundraising comment section? That's easy. Start talking metrics. Opinions are often passionate, and they often conflict. One explains why 26 metrics are, quote, essential. Another writes, quote, fundraisers need to focus more on creating memories and moments with their donors and less about hitting those wacky metrics or year-end goals, close quote. Another questions, quote, if philanthropy is all about relationships, then why do metrics only measure money, close quote. So what's the answer? Is it all about the Benjamins, or is it all about the love? Can't we all just get along? Consider for a moment another alternative. What if both sides were correct? They disagree strongly. Maybe they're talking about different things. Yes, they're all talking about fundraising, but fundraising isn't one thing. It's different things. It's different things with different, sometimes opposite, rules. A business explanation. Fundraising is like a business that sells toothpicks and aircraft carriers at the same time. Would you like to buy a new wing for your local hospital? How about a mosquito net? Maybe a chicken or a heifer, or perhaps name a world-class engineering school. It's all fundraising. Here's the problem. Even in the business world, small sales and large sales aren't the same. Small sales are about quick, superficial transactions. Large sales require longer, deeper, more consultative relationships. The field of large sales is called key or strategic account management. These big-ticket processes are different than traditional small-ticket sales. One researcher states bluntly, quote, "The objectives of salespeople are the opposite of the objectives of strategic account managers," close quote. In fact, moving between these two jobs can be difficult. He explains, quote, "Salespeople who remain strictly focused on sales instead of customers, in other words, seeking to close short-term deals or working only to reach their monthly targets or their quota, might show a propensity to fail as future strategic account managers. If they have a short-term selling approach, then they most likely should not attempt to transition to strategic account management," close quote. This isn't just an individual conflict. It can be an organizational conflict. Not all sales organizations can succeed in the world of big-ticket sales. One study looked at why. Failure in big-ticket strategic account management often came from the following. Quote, "Failure to differentiate between the opposing philosophies of traditional sales and account management, focusing on short-term financial numbers rather than customer need and value creation. Senior management resists giving influence or control to customers," close quote. Now, replace the word customer with the word donor. Voila, we've got the fundraiser metrics fight. Traditional sales isn't wrong. Strategic account management isn't either. They're just designed to succeed at two opposite ends of the market. A storytelling explanation. The one big thing in fundraising is always the same: advance the donor's hero story. So let's talk storytelling. Suppose instead of managing fundraisers, we were managing writers. First, suppose we are managing a group of novel writers. Does it make sense to manage their daily work based upon their daily sales? What about weekly? Quarterly? Of course not. That would be silly. Writing a novel takes a long time. The money comes in much, much later. Yes, we'll eventually see who sells and who doesn't. Sales are still important, but they aren't helpful as a short-term metric to guide behavior. Now, suppose we're managing a group of social media influencers. They write Twitter posts. Does it make sense to manage their daily work based upon their daily views? Weekly? Quarterly? Yes, that makes perfect sense. We can quickly compare posts that work with those that don't. We can coach, track, celebrate success, and identify failure. But here's the problem. The social media manager then shares the best metrics for managing writers and their output. He puts out rules for managing with daily, weekly, and quarterly data. He describes the most effective writing. It's about making extreme, provocative crisis statements. And he's right. The manager of novel writers reads this. He responds, "This is nonsense. That's not what works in writing. You can't manage writers that way." And he's right, too. Each manager holds opposite views on how to manage writers, and they're both correct. How? Because writing isn't just one thing. Like fundraising, one word describes different things. They're both right because they're talking about different things. Basic realities for metrics. I've argued for peace and understanding. Now, let me join the fight. In fundraising, the important issue is managing for large gifts. Why? First, this is true because small gift metrics are easy. Results are quick. If you constantly A/B test, you'll eventually get there. You probably don't even need academic theory or a professor like me. Darwin will figure it out for you. Second, this is true because small gifts don't matter that much. Fundraising doesn't live in an 80-20 world. It's more like an 80-3 world. An analysis of 3,576 charities found, quote, 76% of gifts come from 3% of donors, close quote. Less than 1/4 of the money comes from donations under $5,000. For legacy gifts, it's even more extreme. Most charitable dollars come from 0.1% of decedents. So I'm not going to disagree with small gift metrics. I'm going to disagree with applying them to large gift fundraising. I'm not trying to start a fight. I'm just trying to answer a different question. So, what's the answer? To get there, it's important to start with two facts. 1. Metrics can hurt. 2. Metrics can help, but only a little. Metrics can hurt fundraising. I'm a data guy. I love numbers. In analysis, more data is better. But in managing people, the opposite can be true. So the first goal of fundraising metrics isn't measure everything. It's not even measure all the important things. Instead, it's first, do no harm. Analytic types, like me, can sometimes miss this danger. How serious is it? Consider this. One study found, quote, over 42% of fundraisers view their metrics as detrimental at worst or ineffective at best in reflecting important behaviors, close quote. Retaining good fundraisers is a challenge. Bad metrics can make it harder. Fundraisers dissatisfied with their jobs often cite unrealistic expectations. This is a problem for the bottom line. Fundraisers are expensive to replace, and they usually don't become highly productive until about their 4th year at the charity. Using lots of metrics isn't leadership. It isn't management, and it can be harmful. One study looked at 24 fundraising and marketing metrics at 210 large charities. Which charities used the most metrics? Those with the greatest, quote, top management demands for accountability of fundraisers. They were also the poorest financial performers. When metrics reflect a top-down distrust of fundraisers, they don't help. Even in good organizations, less can be more. One study found, quote, gift officers that were more focused on fewer metrics outperformed those professionals with equally weighted or mixed measurement models. In short, focusing on fewer but essential metrics resulted in increased productivity across a wide range of activities, close quote. Short-term metrics can hurt in business. Large sales result from long-term processes. Short-term financial metrics can undercut these. One study examined failed key account management programs. Reasons for failure included the following, quote, if the end-of-quarter results are the main objective, key account management never works. Focus on numbers rather than customer need. Short-termism. Reconciling 36-month key account management objectives with 12-month compensation plans usually frustrates most organizations. Focus on immediate sales and revenue makes the program focus short-term and leads to failure, close quote. Another study explained simply, quote, because of the relational nature of their jobs, strategic account managers are not measured using short-term indicators, close quote. The relationships are not about short-term transactions. They're about creating long-term value. Other business researchers explain, quote, "This investment in relationships with the company's most strategic customers will only pay off if the key account manager works with a mindset that allows value creation for both his own employer and the key account," close quote. Short-term metrics can hurt in fundraising. What about fundraising? One study examined the practices of the highest growth fundraising organizations. The findings were similar to those from key account management research in business. These high-growth metrics focused on the long term. They encouraged behaviors that created long-term value for the donor. The researchers explained, quote, "Our outstanding leaders aligned their organizational metrics with the longer-term drivers of donor value. There was less concern with metrics such as response rates and immediate return on investment. They focused instead on the standards and behaviors they knew would add value for supporters and thus build donor lifetime value. Their appraisal and reward systems were similarly aligned to focus team member ambitions on the things that mattered most to longer-term growth." Close quote. A short-term transactional focus hurts large-ticket sales in business, but it may be even more harmful in fundraising. In anthropology, giving is not based upon the transactional exchange economy. Instead, it originates from the relationship-based gift economy. This social sharing world has different rules. Focusing on short-term or immediate payback violates those rules. Whenever a relationship becomes strictly contingent or transactional, giving stops. This is true across human cultures. One anthropologist writes, quote, "Ethnographers studying people as diverse as foragers, Mouse, 1923, and Irish smallholders, Ahrensberg, 1959, have long noted that attempts to strictly balance exchanges are tantamount to ending relationships." Close quote. Short-term transactional behavior signals the absence of a sharing or helping relationship. This kills generosity. Sadly, in many charities, this signal is accurate. One study examined charity leadership views of 7 fundraising metrics. The least useful for justifying a budget increase from leadership was this, quote, "Predicted improvements in donors' feelings of satisfaction with or commitment to the organization," close quote. Most fundraising managers felt this wasn't even slightly important to leadership. The problem wasn't just failing to add value for donors. The problem was not even trying to do so. This goal wasn't even there to start with. The charity's leadership simply didn't care. Good metrics start with good goals. Not caring about the donor's experience isn't a numbers problem. It's not a problem of what we're measuring. It's a problem of who we're being. It's a story character problem. Metrics that lead in the wrong direction don't help. What's the right direction? In business, it's about creating value for the high-capacity customer. In fundraising, it's about creating value for the high-capacity donor. Effective fundraising can deliver real value to donors. It can deliver an enhanced identity. This can be private meaning, public reputation, or both. How? It starts with story. The universal hero story is an identity enhancement journey. Advancing the donor's hero story can deliver big value. How can the fundraiser do this? By playing an archetypal role, the hero's guiding sage. The guiding sage fundraiser advances the donor's hero story. If you don't buy all that story mumbo-jumbo, let me translate. In business words, the goal is this. 1. Create and promote personally meaningful philanthropic investments. In other words, advance the donor's hero story. 2. By building consultative relationships with donors of capacity. In other words, by being the donor hero's guiding sage. If we've got the wrong goal, metrics won't help. They'll just get us to the wrong place even faster. But with the right goal, metrics can sometimes help. Good metrics gone bad. Money raised. There are all types of fundraising metrics, but every charity uses this one, money raised. It's an important metric. It can be helpful, but it's often used wrong, and then it becomes destructive. This good metric can go bad. In driving a car, fuel efficiency, miles per gallon, MPG, is a good metric. If it drops unexpectedly, something is wrong. It might be your spark plugs, motor oil, fuel injector, air filter, or tire pressure. It might be the way you're driving. Suppose your job is driving a car. In the back seat is your manager. The car displays instantaneous miles per gallon. You go up a hill. Miles per gallon drops. The manager complains. You go down a hill. The manager is elated. You accelerate for an on-ramp. The manager screams, "Look at these numbers, this is awful." You hit snow or rugged terrain. The manager threatens your job. How soon would this get frustrating? Yes, a driver can influence this metric, but only a little. Mostly it's controlled by the environment. Managing people based on metrics they can't control is a recipe for frustration. The problem isn't the metric. The problem is the way it's being used. Tracking money raised is similar. It's good as a long-term diagnostic. It can act as a warning light, but it's bad as a short-term dashboard metric to drive with. Any new driver can show good short-term results in miles per gallon. Just coast. Until the car stops, miles per gallon will be great. But that's not good or sustainable driving behavior. Any new fundraiser can show good short-term results in money raised. Ask early. Ask often. Don't ask too big. Just get to the yes right now. This quarter will look good. But this coasts on previous relationship building. It's not good or sustainable fundraising behavior. Fixing bad money metrics. So, what are the alternatives? First, focus on the long term. If you want to focus on money, fine. But focus on lifetime donor value, not just next quarter. I once received a call from a newly hired legacy giving manager at a major health-related charity. He was trying to figure out why their estate gift income had been dropping for nearly a decade. It had fallen consistently, losing tens of millions of dollars year over year. He thought maybe it was demographics. No, I assured him, that wasn't the problem. Then he thought perhaps it was competition. No, I argued, most people have never heard of your competition. Finally, he recalled another change. About 8 years before, a new development director had arrived. The immediate return on investment, ROI, analytics showed mailing to older donors wasn't paying off. So they quit mailing. The next quarter probably looked good. But the short-term metrics crushed their long-term results. Using lifetime donor value could have prevented this disaster. Second, consider an alternate approach. Focus on fundraiser actions. The fundraiser can better control these. One study examined 270 university fundraisers. It found that, quote, major gift officers with solicitation goals rather than dollar goals have better activity with prospects and hit dollar goals anyway. Metrics can help. They can encourage doing the hard stuff. In any job, some tasks are easy or urgent, but not that important. Others are important, but they're hard and not urgent. Metrics, when focused on the hard stuff, can help. They can nudge behavior in the right direction. Using metrics in the right way. What works in managing business sales? One study took an in-depth look. The answer was this, quote, when asked to describe specific sales leader behaviors that best enable salesperson performance, sales professionals, both sales leaders and salespeople, overwhelmingly referenced coaching, close quote. My daughters ran cross-country in high school. Once the coach brought his 4-year-old son to practice. Wanting to help, the boy yelled, "Run faster!" It was cute, but it wasn't coaching. Yelling, "Sell more" or "Raise more dollars" is just as unhelpful. In coaching, metrics can be a useful tool. They can help the coach diagnose areas for investigation. This can lead to improvements. These come from training, shadowing, guiding, and practice. The highest growth fundraising organizations did use metrics. They measured outcomes. But they used these metrics in a special way. A bad number wasn't a tragedy. It was an opportunity for learning. The researchers found, quote, failure was redefined as the failure to learn from experience if something did not work out as anticipated, rather than the failure of a particular strategy or individual per se. The achievement of this organizational learning culture seemed to us to be absolutely critical in delivering outstanding fundraising, close quote. Metrics don't have to be a top-down tool for punishment. They can even be a bottom-up tool for learning. The most powerful metrics can be those the fundraisers themselves choose, revise, and recommend to leadership. Metrics can be part of an empowered, participatory learning culture. Metrics aren't perfect. Can metrics help? Yes, a little. Metrics can encourage the right behavior. They can serve as a check engine light. But every metric can be gamed. Every one. Pick your favorite. Do you like money raised? Well, gifts are lumpy. Getting a big one means you should stop asking until the next reporting period. A great year means you should change jobs. Who wants to compete against that baseline? The real secret to success? It's owning the right donors. Get assigned to the right list and get territorial. Hard-selling donors is bad long-term, but it sure makes the numbers look good right now. Maybe you prefer number of asks. Just asking a lot is quick. Doing it well requires a longer process. What about number or share of gifts closed? Well, make sure to ask small. Easy asks hit those numbers best. What about number of donor visits? Just go see the old favorites every month. And make it short. 5 minutes or a full afternoon counts the same. What about significant contacts? Just focus on whatever is quickest. A letter, email, phone call. Just do lots of the easiest thing. Skip the hard parts. Metrics aren't people. The point of all this isn't that metrics are bad. They can help. We'll look at some great ones next. But metrics help only a little. If we've got the wrong people, metrics won't fix it. One study of salespeople found this, quote, only 6% of salespeople without the personality traits fitting that trade will perform above average by working hard to compensate for their lack of personality fit. Emotional intelligence and interrelated features, for example, competitive intelligence and empathic listening, represent the first pillar of those natural abilities, and the higher the level of emotional intelligence, the better the salesperson will perform. Salespeople who do not score highly on emotional intelligence have little chance of becoming successful strategic account managers. Close quote. The same is true in fundraising. Dr. Beth Breeze studied key personal skills in fundraising. The most important included the following: high emotional intelligence, an ability to read people, and a great memory for faces, names, and personal details. Getting the right people on the bus matters. The highest growth fundraising charities showed a common pattern: high fundraiser turnover at the beginning, low fundraiser turnover later. The researchers described high initial turnover. They explained, quote, in most of our cases, the teams were substantively overhauled. Our interviewees reflected that the people who left or were asked to leave were usually either not up to the task or, critically, did not demonstrate the level of passion and commitment necessary for the new fundraising approach, close quote. But keeping the right people was just as important. They explained, quote, none of the organizations we interviewed, after the right team had been built, suffered from the high turnover rates that otherwise pervade the fundraising sector, close quote. Conclusion. The secret to success isn't just about metrics. Metrics might get a fundraiser her next job, but they won't keep her in this one. Metrics aren't purpose, cause, or inspiration. They're not coaching, identity, autonomy, or personal growth. Metrics can help, but only a little. Chapter 18, Story Solutions with Fundraising Metrics, Advancing the Right Story for the Right Donors. The right metrics. Fundraising metrics can't do everything, but they can answer 4 key questions. 1. Do we have the right prospects? 2. Do we have plans for each? 3. Are we seeing them? 4. Are we asking them? These are important questions. Answering yes doesn't guarantee success, but answering no usually guarantees failure. This is a common feature of metrics in storytelling. Suppose we were managing novel writers. One metric might be hours per day spent writing. Another might be words per day. Hitting these metrics won't guarantee a successful novel, but their absence does guarantee failure. I don't manage novelists, but I do manage PhD students as their dissertation advisor. Completing a dissertation requires many things. Students will read research, run experiments, analyze data, fill out paperwork, think, talk, and write. I've had many succeed and others fail. Over the years, I've learned to predict this outcome with just one number. That number is hours per day spent writing. Students who write consistently will finish. Otherwise, they often won't. Here's why. Students fail, but not because they don't do the fun stuff. They fail because they don't do the hard stuff. Writing is the hard part. All of the parts are necessary, but the only metric that matters is the hard part. The best metrics encourage doing the hard stuff. This applies in managing dissertations, and it applies in managing fundraising. 1. Do we have the right prospects? Fundraising math. So let's start with the hard stuff. There's a difference between what's fun and what's important. Consider some simple math. Scenario 1. You spend the next 2 years working with 100 donors. Each has capacity to make a $10,000 gift. Interest in giving is high. Each has a 75% chance of making that gift. Scenario 2. You spend the next 2 years working with 100 donors. Each has capacity to make a $1 million gift. Interest in giving is low. Each has a 3% chance of making that gift. Mathematically, the answer is easy. Scenario 2 raises 4 times as much money. The charity receives $3 million instead of $750,000. Emotionally, the answer is hard. Suppose you make 1 gift proposal per week. That's 100 over the course of 2 years. In scenario 1, you constantly win. 3 out of 4 weeks, you bring back a big gift. In scenario 2, you constantly lose. On average, you'll lose 33 times for every victory. You'll have all of your proposals rejected for over 8 months. And you'll raise 4 times as much money. What feels like losing actually wins. Emotionally, a series of small wins feels more attractive. But that's not how the numbers work. Sports math. The same result happens in modern sports. As analytics begin to take control, games change. Low-risk, low-reward tactics fall out of favor. In basketball, the three-point shot takes over. This shot also has the greatest chance of missing. Baseball moves to home runs or bust. This also increases strikeouts. In football, throwing increases over running. This also has a higher risk of a turnover or no gain. Before analytics, coaches and players do what feels successful. They avoid the negative emotions of a temporary negative outcome. After analytics, games change. In each case, analytics corrects the emotions of loss aversion. It moves towards higher risk, higher reward tactics. Major donor math. Ideally, we want donors with high interest and high capacity. But capacity and interest are not equally important. That's not how the math works. That's also not how people work. We can influence a donor's interest. Creating donor experiences helps. Building relationships with the charity employees, beneficiaries, or other donors helps. Making connections with the donor's values, people, and life story helps. Any of these can change interest. And what can we do to change a donor's capacity? Nothing. The right behavior requires spending time with high-capacity prospects. But the right behavior isn't the easy behavior. As James Daniel writes, quote, "Many would gladly trade cold $1 million prospects for warm $10,000 prospects. Unfortunately, many do make this swap, a recipe for failure." Close quote. In business, large accounts aren't managed by traditional sales metrics. This math problem explains why. Short-term sales metrics only work for small, quick wins. They don't work with long-term, high-capacity clients. The prospect prescription. The right metrics should nudge the right behavior. The right behavior requires spending time with high-capacity prospects. There are, of course, many ways to measure this. We might have capacity minimums for major gift officer portfolios. We might multiply activity metrics by capacity rating. Getting a visit with a high-capacity prospect is a bigger deal. We can be more flexible with high-capacity success rates and timetables. But what if we don't have enough high-capacity prospects? What if we don't have any? Systematic, planned efforts to contact new prospects can help. John Greenhoe relates, quote, "The most successful development officers I have worked with developed a regimented procedure for connecting with new prospects," close quote. Referrals can work too. We can always ask, quote, "Who do you know that may be interested in our work?" close quote. But what works better is to start with what we can give, not what we want to get. This starts with a simple question. How can we provide value to high-capacity prospects? Maybe we're offering attractive experiences. Maybe we're giving recognition or prestige. Maybe we're sharing expertise. Maybe it's access to a valuable social network. Our efforts are more likely to pay off when we lead with value. The outreach story. Leading with value works, but it takes time. Maintaining internal support can sometimes be challenging. In some managers' views, donors are only supposed to provide value to the charity, never the other way around. It may help to reframe the internal story about prospect outreach. For example, many charities focus on advocacy. But what is advocacy? It's promoting the cause to those with the power to make a difference. Getting a 30-minute meeting with a senator is reason for celebration. Why? Because that person has capacity to make an impact for the cause. What about getting a meeting with a high-capacity donor? This should also be a cause for celebration. Why? Same reason. Advocacy is celebrated. It's part of the core mission. Expanding the advocacy story to include major donor discovery can change perspectives. It can increase internal support for these long-term processes. Do we have the right legacy prospects? With legacy giving, the hard stuff gets even harder. Wealth is important in giving. It's even more important in legacy giving. In annual giving, a low-wealth donor can make substantial contributions. In legacy gifts, he cannot. In annual giving, the value of small gifts can accumulate over many years. In legacy giving, there is only one gift. Also, wealthy people make a larger share of their donations as legacy gifts. Most charitable money comes from the top 1 out of 1,000 wealthiest decedents. And it gets harder. Old age and end-of-life decisions dominate. Nearly 80% of charitable estate dollars are transferred by documents signed by donors in their 80s, 90s, or older. Most charitable decedents switched from non-charitable estate plans in the final 5 years of life. Charities also get dropped from plans. Among older adults, the 10-year retention rate for a charitable estate component is only 55%. Only 65% of Legacy Society members actually generate estate gifts. Part of the reason is this. About 1 in 4 Legacy Society members received no communications from the charity in their last 2 years of life. Why? Often it's because charities communicate based only on recency of donations. Charitable decedents normally stop donating during the last few years of life. Who are the right legacy prospects? The oldest, wealthiest, childless friends of the charity. The money will come from just a few extreme donors. In financial terms, typical donors don't matter. For example, most estate donors leave less than 10% of their estate to charity. Taken together, these typical donors transfer only 3.8% of total charitable bequest dollars. Most money comes from the tiny fraction of donors that give 90% or more of their estate to charity. Given all this, common legacy metrics are simply wrong. This is a world dominated by statistical extremes. Only the outliers matter. Yet charities typically count every donor as one. A $10 million planned estate gift from a childless 95-year-old lifetime supporter? That's one. That's one Legacy Society member. A 25-year-old adding the charity as death beneficiary for his first IRA account? That's one Legacy Society member. And it gets worse. Getting a new Legacy Society member only starts a process that might eventually lead to money. These are, after all, highly fluid decisions, especially towards the end of life. But fundraisers are rewarded only for starting the process. They get no reward for continuing the process. And it gets even worse. Working with a donor through identification, cultivation, and solicitation counts as one. Getting a donor to reveal a pre-existing charitable plan in a mass survey, also one. Guess which is easier to do? The Legacy Prospect Prescription. Legacy metrics could be different. They could differentiate behavior that discovers a gift and behavior that asks for a new one. They could also value gifts differently. Valuing an irrevocable estate gift is easy. For example, an irrevocable estate gift from a 55-year-old donor counts at 33% of face value. Multiplying by this percentage again accounts for the risk of revocation. The revocable gift counts at 33% of 33%, or 11%. This values the initial commitment correctly. It can also reward maintaining the relationship. Reconfirming at age 65 counts an additional 10%. Reconfirming again at 72 does the same. So does reconfirming again at 77, 82, 87, and 92. Of course, counting every revocable commitment as one and done makes life more fun. Fundraisers can just spend time with donors their own age. They don't have to deal with old people, attitudes, frailties, and family. They don't have to worry about wealth or complex gifts. A token gift counts just the same as a transformational one. Are the right metrics the answer in legacy giving? They can help a little, but other factors are also important. The charity's cause or culture can help. Some causes win because they're naturally in front of people in their 80s and 90s. Pets, cancer, healthcare, and hospice are natural winners. Others succeed by a culture of staying connected with their older friends. Some charities naturally value visiting the elderly, especially those who have no children visiting them. Universities never lose contact with their alumni, regardless of current donations. This helps too. Others include legacy giving as part of their regular messaging. This works as well. These charities may not measure any better or at all, but doing the right things still works, even without the metrics. Metrics can help, but culture beats metrics. The right fundraiser identity, who are we trying to be, matters more. The story beats statistics. 2. Do we have plans for each prospect? Back to business. The business world doesn't have major donors or principal gifts. Instead, it has key accounts. What works in the world of key account management? One study looked at 20 practices across 209 businesses. It then statistically tested to see which predicted success. The answer? Only one practice simultaneously predicted increased share of customer spend, revenues, customer satisfaction, relationship improvement, and improved retention. What was it? Individual key account plans. In other words, quote, each account should be planned separately to ensure appropriate service, close quote. This finding was powerful, but it wasn't new. A lot of key account management research had found similar results. Individual plans are key for key account management. Fundraising parallels. This also works in fundraising. A nationwide study of the most effective major gifts fundraising metrics found this, quote, written strategies for each gift officer's top 25 to 50 prospects with specific initiatives, specific persons to be involved in each task, including internal partners and external volunteers, and specific target dates for each purposeful action should be required and documented. Why are individual plans so powerful? First, consider a business answer. Establishing a consultative relationship requires individual plans. Just selling doesn't. Traditional sales just pushes product. The customer's path is always the same. Buy, then buy more. In one approach, individual plans are critical. In the other, they aren't. Thus, this one factor divides traditional sales from key account management. Next, consider the fundraising story answer. The one big thing in fundraising is always the same. Advance the donor's hero story. Will that story be the same for every donor? Of course not. If it is, then it's not the donor's story. An individual story requires an individual plan. Of course, meeting this metric won't guarantee success, but not having it probably shows that something is missing. If individual plans feel unnecessary, beware. You might just be pushing product rather than being the donor hero's guiding sage. You might not yet have prospects with capacity to warrant individual plans. You might be too comfortable just talking without progressing step by step towards an ask. Not every meeting will include an ask for a gift, but every meeting should include an ask. It should include an ask for the next event in the donor's plan. The ask might be to take a tour, meet again, or listen to a proposal. This helps turn just seeing them into advancing the donor's journey. Number 3, are we seeing them? An important start. It's hard to raise major gifts sitting in the office. Go see people helps. Seeing the right people helps more. Seeing the right people as part of a personal, customized plan helps even more. These don't guarantee success, but not doing them probably does guarantee failure. It's like managing novel writing by counting words per day. Hitting 2,000 words per day doesn't guarantee success, but hitting 0 does guarantee failure. How do we answer, are we seeing them? At first, them means the high-capacity prospects from step 1. Second, seeing them is not just about number of visits. It's about the share of the portfolio visited. You might have 1,000 personal visits, but for a prospect you didn't visit, the answer to this question is still no. This highlights another problem. Why do we have so many people in the portfolio? The answer is often bad metrics. As one author explains, quote, if the primary goal is total funds raised, it is in an officer's best interest to have a very large portfolio of already proven donors, close quote. As a result, quote, portfolios tend to grow into unwieldy hordes of neglected names or become stagnant like ponds disconnected from moving water, close quote. Having too many people in the portfolio can be a problem. It's a problem when it changes the answer to the question, are we seeing them? What do we do when the answer to this question is no? How can we fix it? There are 2 answers. 1, reduce or divide the portfolio. 2, see more people. Let's look at each option. The seeing them prescription, part 1. Major gift officers often have 125 to 150 donors in their portfolio. This is at or beyond the extreme maximum for maintaining human relations. Managing that many relationships can lead to minimal contacts with each person. Often, focusing more time on the best prospects works better. One way to do this is to make the portfolio smaller. Don't be afraid, this isn't the end of the world. One firm reports, quote, institutions that have reduced major gift officer portfolio size have actually seen increases in the number of asks, number of gifts, and overall dollars raised, close quote. An analysis of hundreds of campaigns found, quote, in the vast majority of cases, portfolio optimization provides the biggest delta in rapid production increases. It is a simple question of, are we seeing the best prospects? So much energy goes into the seeing, but the best prospects portion of the question continues to be our main missed opportunity pain point, close quote. If a smaller portfolio isn't acceptable, another approach can work. Separate the portfolio into active and passive relationships. In active relationships, the donor is in cultivation for a gift. The individual plan is moving toward a time-targeted ask. The fundraiser must be visiting or at least regularly seeking visits with all active group participants. In contrast, the passive portfolio gets special attention only if the donor initiates contact. The fundraiser is available when needed, but with fewer or no visit expectations. Responding to donor requests is still important. Taking advantage of chance encounters is great. Receiving unexpected gifts is wonderful. But these aren't the same as planned activities, and they shouldn't be counted the same. Actively dividing a portfolio is different than passively ignoring part of it. Dividing is planned. It's based on interest, capacity, and the individual donor journey. Ignoring is reactive. It encourages the easy meetings, not the important ones. The seeing them prescription, part 2. The question is, are we seeing them? We want to answer yes. One approach is to reduce the number of people who count as them. The them is limited to key high-capacity donors. The other approach is to see more people. This might be helped by more effective strategies for setting appointments. It might be helped by nudging fundraiser behavior towards visits. But in most cases, this metric is best used to manage the manager. What prevents fundraisers from hitting these goals? A study of 660 frontline fundraisers found the answer. Managers started with high goals. They wanted fundraisers to spend most of their time on major gifts fundraising, but few met these expectations. Why not? The fundraisers identified the barriers. 70% referenced other administrative work. 52% referenced team and program management. 46% referenced events. 43% referenced support to deans, units, or programs. Another study found a similar result. One manager of a high-growth fundraising charity explained it this way, quote, "You would think I maintained tight oversight of my team, but in reality I spend most of my time managing the organization so that my team can maximize their impact," close quote. With competent and willing fundraisers, the biggest change will come from the manager's behavior. The manager's task is to protect the fundraiser from the endless array of low-value, internal, urgent tasks. The manager frees the fundraiser to go see them. Number 4, are we asking them? Asking doesn't guarantee success, but not asking probably does guarantee failure. Asking is an essential part of the story. Every hero story has a call to adventure. Asking metrics are also important because asking is hard. Metrics can help by focusing actions on these hard parts. Asking is important. Making the right ask is even more important. The right ask will advance the donor's hero story. It will include original identity, connects to challenge, connects to victory, connects to enhanced identity. This rarely happens with a generic shotgun-style approach to asking. It requires a planned, personal ask. Advancing a hero story requires a heroic call to adventure. A small, comfortable ask cannot fit this role. The heroic ask is big. It can be big relative to past giving. It can be big relative to other capacity measurements. One study analyzed nearly 1,000 gift officers. The top 20% highest producing fundraisers raised about 75% of the dollars. What was different about these special fundraisers? 2 of the factors related to asking. The study found, quote, the top 20% of officers tended to solicit gifts at the research capacity ratings. The bottom 80% tended to ask for about 40% of the capacity ratings. Top performers have a consistent time frame for managing the cultivation process, and the average was about 11 months. Lower performers either asked too soon for lesser levels or dragged out the process. It is best to have a consistent action path that leads towards solicitation, close quote. Other research finds, quote, stronger fundraisers go on more calls, yes, but they also ask earlier and make more ambitious solicitations, close quote. The asking prescription. The right behavior is to make planned, personal, stretch asks. Doing this works, but it's also hard. Asking for the small, comfortable gift is easier. Asking blindly without cultivation is also easier. Putting off the ask or avoiding it altogether is even easier. Metrics can help. Too much time in cultivation can be a warning light. It can alert that the donor's story isn't advancing. Measuring asks relative to a capacity indicator can help. It can show if the ask is truly a heroic call to adventure. Asking for assets sets the story in the land of wealth sharing, not disposable income. This changes reference points. It encourages deeper consultative relationships that lead to wealth conversations. Special recognition for asset asks encourages better stories. Tracking gifts closed is fine, but beware, asking to capacity won't have the same close rate as asking small. A heroic call to adventure is often met with an initial no. But a no handled well can still advance the story. It can show what is and what isn't important to the donor. It can lead to the next challenge. Conclusion. So, what's the magical metric system that guarantees success? Sorry, metrics probably aren't the answer. In fact, they're just as likely to be the problem. Metrics aren't people, they aren't skills or story or leadership. Over the long term, a fundraising money problem is often a fundraising story problem. Maybe fundraisers are telling the wrong story. The administrator hero story works only for small gifts. The donor hero story works for large gifts. Maybe fundraisers are being the wrong story character. The friendly jester character may be popular, but advancing the long-term journey requires the wise and persistent guiding sage. Maybe prospects lack the capacity to play the major gift donor hero role. The major gift weapon may be too heavy for this prospective hero to lift. Metrics aren't magic. Metrics can't tell the story for us. Character doesn't come from a spreadsheet. But metrics can nudge the right storytelling behavior, especially the hard stuff. They can be a diagnostic check engine light when story parts are missing. If everything else is in place, they can help. They can help to advance the donor's hero story. About the author. Russell James III, J.D., Ph.D., CFP, is a professor at Texas Tech University, where he holds the C.H. Foundation Chair in Personal Financial Planning. He directs the on-campus and online graduate program in Charitable Financial Planning, Planned Giving. He also teaches graduate courses in behavioral finance. He holds a Ph.D. in Consumer Economics from the University of Missouri, where his dissertation was on charitable giving. He graduated cum laude from the University of Missouri School of Law. He was a member of the Missouri Law Review and received the United Missouri Bank Award for Most Outstanding Work in Gift and Estate Taxation and Planning. Prior to his career as an academic researcher, Dr. James worked as the Director of Planned Giving for Central Christian College in Moberly, Missouri for 6 years, and later served as president of the college for more than 5 years, where he had direct and supervisory responsibility for all fundraising. During his presidency, the college successfully completed 2 major capital campaigns, built several new debt-free buildings, and more than tripled enrollment. Dr. James has published research in over 75 peer-reviewed scientific journal and law review articles. He has been quoted on charitable and financial issues in a variety of news sources, including The Economist, The New York Times, The Wall Street Journal, CNN, MSNBC, CNBC, ABC News, U.S. News and World Report, USA Today, The Associated Press, Bloomberg News, and the Chronicle of Philanthropy. His financial neuroimaging research was profiled in the Wall Street Journal's Smart Money magazine. His other books include Visual Plan Giving, An Introduction to the Law and Taxation of Charitable Gift Planning, Inside the Mind of the Bequest Donor, a visual presentation of the neuroscience and psychology of effective plan giving communication. For links to his videos, slide presentations, and papers, please connect on LinkedIn.